Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to the Hearthstone Open presented by Blizzard AEL and that McLovin support from Maccas. We're in the last week of conference play for the tournament, but New Zealand and Victoria regions are definitely not least by any margin. I'm Mendrix, and with me, singing fantastic melodies throughout the region, is the Wandering Bard. How are you doing this morning?
Singing a lovely morning song here for all of my Melbourne boys. I'm very excited to see some local representation. We've had weeks and weeks of really top-class Hearthstone, so I'm hoping the Victorian qualifier lives up to those high standards, Mendrix. You got a big breakfast ready for this early start, and off to the races as we sort of select our final qualifiers, right? We've got almost the full field ready for the finals event.
Yeah, it's really exciting, and I know a lot of players have been really enjoying the factors of how this tournament's been going, but also looking forward to the New Zealand and, of course, the Victoria region, just to see what sort of strategies they bring to it. Speaking of the meta, I mean, Secret, Libram Paladin, Quest Warrior, Aggro, Taunt Druid, according to the metadata, still are Kings of the Roost. Have really been just sitting there solid throughout this entire play or throughout this entire expansion, even with that mini set coming in. These guys have been pretty strong decks to be playing, but we've seen different in terms of that tournament play, in terms of what really is the kings of the meta. And we're talking about, of course, that Quest Hand Warlock, and of course, perhaps even these different iterations of the Demon Hunter really being a nice big pick for those players that make it towards the very end and qualify for states.
Yeah, it's been really interesting to see how there's sort of been a different trump card deck come in each week. You know, a couple of weeks ago, it was that Handquest Warlock, which seems to now have filtered down through the meta and sort of been more generally accepted. And then last week, there was overwhelmingly, as you said, that combo OTK, Demon Hunter making a little bit of a comeback from, previous sets, previous metagames. And that's the kind of metagame movement that I'm expecting, right? You're not going to depose those big decks. That's the kind of thing that takes a new expansion to really happen. But what you can see is sort of some clawing for supremacy between those. People bring in more niche decks as counter picks that, sort of become popular and then subside as their popularity drives away the very decks they're preying upon, and small adjustments within the deck list, right? We've seen some of the tournament winners come out on top of their qualifiers, not so much because they picked wildly different decks, but even their opponents are giving credit to them. They've found a couple of small tweaks to make to give them the edge in the mirror and the relevant matchups.
Yeah, those technical cards really giving some amazing value to players who really do understand where their little spots hit in those sequences and where they do decide to sort of just let their strategies unfold between us. That being said, though, would like to actually take into account that the brackets are still being built at the moment. We're that damn early, Bard, okay? So that being said, though, I think the New Zealand bracket is ready. So, a little bit of cast a curse on myself there. And we can see that, that has been brought up there. We do have the members ready and rolling that case, but we're not ready to actually just bring them to you. I think there's still a little bit of play happening across the board there. Before we do bring you that live play, but we have to do something, don't we?
I think we have a little bit of a running concern. At this point, it's too much of a traditional let go. I have to take you out behind the woodshed in Mercenaries.
Yeah, that's very much the case. Like this is what has been happening like every single time. And what I find that's interesting about this, though, something's changed, Bard.
Oh,
I was telling you about it. I've completed the Barons.
Okay.
I've hit the next level up, mate. That's right.
So what does that represent for those who sort of haven't been playing along at home with their Mercenaries?
Well, one of the things that it does mean is I've managed to actually progress through to Felwood, which means I've opened up that next area in the region in terms of, like your general progression that you like to take throughout the games. And that's what's really cool about, with Mercenaries in that sense, is that it's not just, obviously me versus you or you versus everyone else out there. It's also the fact that, hey, there is a meta game that you can play, or not really meta game, more of a sort of campaign that you can go through, a bit of a story that's being told, and obviously all the different heroes that you've heard about within the Warcraft lore do sort of come to you as well to be part of your mercenary team. So as you do continue to progress through that, you can add them in. I haven't had the opportunity to actually go through and continue leveling up all those different Warcraft characters coming through to it, because of course I still have a lot of the campaign to get through, but they do have those daily bounties, those daily things that sort of give you a bit of incentives to say, hey, you might want to start using this particular card or this particular mercenary underneath your belt, because that means you can complete a quest, and obviously we continue to get more rewards throughout it, thus buffing up your general starting line or your mercenaries in general.
Yeah, I think it's pretty well balanced, honestly, how they offer progression through that single player campaign, right? It's like a decent mix of progression for the mercenaries you currently have, as well as ways to sort of obtain new mercenaries, or at least obtain XP that you can use to buff up their abilities when you do pull them from a mercenaries booster. And I've let that sort of, expand my team in a couple of different directions over time. I haven't even finished the full campaign. So, just because you've only completed the Barons, it doesn't mean that you're like, oh, lots to catch up. I'm only a few steps ahead of you. There seems to be quite a lot of single player content for this mode, which is quite nice. You sort of get through at your own pace. But we're here today for the multiplayer content, the PvP stuff, where you can put those hard-earned mercenary levels to the test against one another. And I'm ready to rock if you are, Mendrix.
Yeah, I'm ready to roll. Let's jump into it. I think it says here I'm waiting for my opponent at the moment.
Okay. So. Well, let me make sure that I have locked in my mercenaries here. I did have to sort of quickly relog there just to make sure it was all working, but I'm pretty sure I've got this lined up. So if I run this here, there we are. Jumping okay. So I've been able to take out our last couple of weeks with this ragtag team of mercenaries, but I haven't been leveling them in the meantime. So it's possible you've gained a slight edge even since our last matchup.
Look, I sincerely doubt it. You're still that few levels ahead. Have you finished Fellwood?
Well, I have, but not with these characters.
I haven't even started Fairwood, mate. I've got a whole new thing ahead of me.
Well, look, I'm encouraging you to catch up, but I'm not taking my champions of Fairwood against you here.
Understand that?
Let's see. How mean am I feeling?
How mean are you feeling? This is great. This is like literally, as you're walking into school for the first time, and the bully's waiting for you at the end. It's like, sir, yeah, how mean am I feeling today, mate? How much of damage am I going to do to you this time?
Okay.
I've just got a Cornelius roam, right? And that dude's level 30. What is this?
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I forgot. I have been playing with one of these characters. Cornelius is just... So I remember I was harping on you earlier for your love of using tanks, but I've come around to the gospel thanks to Cornelius Rome. He is such a monster in terms of just being able to keep your allies alive both by tanking and healing. And there are just certain lineups, like I've been trying to level up the Murlocs in the background, and unfortunately... Sometimes the Murlocs just don't stay alive long enough to get the quests done that you need. So you'll get a quest like, use this ability 100 times, and that's really annoying to do in the normal progress of the game. But what you can do is get a really beefy tank like Cornelius to just absorb damage and stall up the board, and basically farm those quests to more quickly obtain the treasures that can power up your characters, and that's what I've been using him for. So he's been level 30 because of that, but I promise he's mostly here to heal the boys.
He's here to... Oh, so he's a tank that heals as well, basically.
Yes, he actually heals the allies besides him when he taunts. His taunt lasts 2 turns as well, which is really nice. A lot of the other tanks only have a taunt that lasts 1 turn, so you sort of have to basically commit to taunting and doing nothing else ever, whereas Cornelius can sort of taunt and then on the off turns, while still tanking for your squad, provide some damage output. So that's always really nice. Now, you've got to consider carefully here, lest my Rexar die, which I don't really want to have happen, but I also do need to try and develop my board a little bit.
Which is completely fair.
I notice you're back on that Millhouse Marstorm plan. You've definitely latched onto that guy, and he is a powerhouse.
He's pretty good. He's pretty good in terms of what he can do, but a lot of it does come down to, okay, cool, how am I going to, keep him alive long enough to really benefit from it? And then I've seen you decided to also go for him, and I thought part of my reasoning was, hey, maybe if I use Millhouse early again, but I don't do the combination that I told you about, you might choose to not go for him, which means that when one of the other characters dies, I can then throw obviously the reason I'm giving you this now is because obviously you've already latched on to killing Millhouse first, so I've got no chance anyway of it being a thing. The plan was maybe you'll ignore Millhouse so you can charge up his arcane blast, right? Then you'll kill one of my characters. I'll be able to then bring in Tyrande, and she's going to be just buffed. So that was the hope of that one, but I think that's now a dream. A very far dream in the background that has been squandered and squashed immediately with you focusing it down. So I think I'm in a bit of a rough spot now. I want
to give you some comfort and say that it's not like a forlorn hope, right? Honestly, I'm quite scared of Grommash Hellscream. I think that Grommash might be all around maybe the strongest mercenary. The combination of abilities he brings to the table, especially after I think he got buffed. I didn't check patch notes or anything, but his last ability, the Berserk, just became much faster suddenly without me doing anything to it, and I'm convinced that's made him, maybe the strongest all-rounder. He's just got a great combination of utility, tankiness, and damage output. And you've got a healer tank, obviously, over there in Carriol yourself. So the main reason I'm focusing Millhouse is honestly just the type advantage, right? I've deployed 2 fighters, and their damage isn't super high, but there are turns when they only have their damage abilities off cooldowns, and Millhouse is taking double damage from them. So in terms of making them sort of pull their weight, he just becomes the de facto target.
Ooh, yeah, I'm trying to see what's the next step here, but I think I might be a bit cooked.
Perhaps
already.
We'll see.
Just based off what I'm seeing right now, I'm looking like I'm a bit cooked. Trying to make some changes to see how we go. So like that right there,
yeah,
not the hope. That ball's quick. It was faster than my arcane blast. Like seriously, he just stands still and then uses his AOE. That's ridiculous that the ball's faster than my arcane blast.
I mean, the boar is, the rush companion, right? So it's meant to be pretty quick, I imagine. I feel like that's got to be the rationale.
I understand that, but still, man, how can a ball walking across the battlefield to do a melee attack be faster than a gnome who's standing still and then just uses an instant cast ability? That's supposed to be an instant cast ability, that particular one. So,
I imagine
I'm a little miffed. I must say.
I don't know, maybe the ball snuck up behind him, right? Like you said, you completed the Barons. I'm sure anyone who's has spent their time in the Barons knows that the balls can be surprisingly sneaky as to when they aggro and, when you suddenly find them upon you. So perhaps that's the explainer there. I'm not really certain. I'm not an expert. I just summon the balls, They get in there and do the damage.
I'm really liking this Cornelius bro.
He's very good. Granted, this Nightmare Viper is also kind of pulling its weight over here with a casual 40 attack.
Yeah, it's got 37 attack. That's just nuts.
Yeah.
This is just a shellacking if I've ever seen one.
I've on average tried to maintain a general balance for my characters in terms of their abilities, but I'll be honest, with Anaconda, I've just dumped everything into the Beast heal because it's just so powerful in combination with this Viper, right? You heal it for something like 11 and then give it that much maximum HP again for being a beast, and its attack automatically raises.
51 attack.
Its attack goes up to match its health. It just gives
it's not a beast, it's a mercenary at this point. Let's be honest.
Yeah. Well, it's a beast type, most importantly, which most of my mercenaries unfortunately are not. So it's actually more effective than my mercenaries. Yeah,
Gotcha.
so if it can run away with this, and Anaconda has just managed to escape targeting, then she can just put 22 attack a turn on the beast, which is insane, right? You consider most buffs in this game give you +4 damage even at maximum level. Obviously, if you deal damage to the Viper, that lowers its attack, but with Cornelius there just taunting and healing everything, it can just charge up its snake laser in peace and rip your team apart, as we saw there.
Have you ever heard of the definition of a punching bag? I think if you looked in the dictionary right now, you'd see my face just based off that initial. You're just in there so I'll just do this together. Been leveling up my Cornelius. As you can see, he's just a bit ridiculous.
That was a bit cheap.
I've got this Viper here. This Viper is essentially, the Anaconda from the Anaconda movie. It's been sucking on all of those different flowers you could possibly imagine. So it's lived for literally 300 years. So it's literally a giant anaconda. It is the basilisk of anacondas at this moment in time. And it just decides to, flip its tail, hit you in the face, knock you unconscious on the ground. It will deal with you later. That is literally what it felt like at the moment.
It's like a maximum level hunter pet.
Exactly. I wasn't even a human in this scenario. I was literally just a punching bag and my face was put onto it and the anaconda's tail was flipping from side to side. So that was pretty eye-opening just to figure out the different combinations that you can put things together with. And honestly, you said, just saying, hey, I'm going to make sure I don't have any beast-type mercenaries going into this. That way, I'm just going to be pumping up this one particular beast that is going to be summoned and then make sure I take advantage of that. And it ended up being huge.
Yeah, I feel like it's partially a question of where the meta is as you level up, because once you get to the higher levels or once you have a really complete mercenary team, I feel like the more synergy based stuff, having a more complex game plan can really, come into its own. But when you're dealing with sort of a ragtag group of half level guys, just whatever ability puts the most stats on the field, I really like the look of. So that's why I'm playing with all these summon mercenaries every week and spamming heals and taunts, because it's just eventually you're going to overhaul them with sheer damage. It's very hard to completely mitigate enemy damage output in this game. Even by the end, my Cornelius level 30, though he was, went down. So it shows you can't hold it off forever. You just have to make sure that you're sort of out trading them in the meantime, which Anaconda does quite handily there. Anyway.
Oh, you absolutely. He did his job. You lasted long enough to make sure the trades went through. So there was no question there that Cornelius was worth his weight in gold in that moment in time. That being said, though, guys, of course, we still have the rest of the Hearthstone Open ready to deliver to you. Of course, we need a little bit more extra time to get things ready and rolling. So we'll be back roughly in the next 10 minutes or so, and we'll be bringing back to you the rest of the Victoria and New Zealand region. Please, guys, do not go anywhere. Thank you, everyone, for your patience, and welcome back to the Hearthstone Open for Week 4. As we have mentioned in the past, this is New Zealand and, of course, the Victoria Conference. Right now, we're working on the New Zealand region, the brackets there, and we do have a match pretty much ready and waiting to go. It is between D3F against the True Epic One, and I, for one, am really excited to kick this off and see what comes to the table. Now, Bard, we've seen already Secret Liber Paladin. Everyone seems to love to hate this deck.
There's always a deck like it in the meta, right? Like, there's always going to be a place for very grindy, value-heavy, healing control lists. They're going to beat up a certain class of deck, but the matches themselves, especially in a tournament that's already a long day for you, right? They're a bit of a bore to play. So I'm not sure whether that has any influence on the fact that it's constantly banned. In this case, both players have brought the deck. Both players have banned the deck. Maybe that's like a mutual pact. Just no one wants to play a Paladin matchup, or especially the Mirror. But that's what we've managed to dodge. That being said, I think at least True Epic One had an advantage. It's that Quest Hand Warlock again, going up against several minion-based decks.
Yeah, I was having a bit of a squeeze at the deck hands that brought to it as well. They're both also running that Quest Warrior. But when I look at the True Epic ones, definitely a more complete deck, has all the cards that you expect to be there. D3F has got, most of the cards there, but is missing just a few. So I feel like at this moment in time there is obviously just trying to mix up the little spots that it's missing. It's probably not having the complete deck there. And like you said, might be at a little bit of a disadvantage. But we are jumping into that action now. Looks like it's going to be the Druid going up against the Quest Hand Warlock here. And the True Epic one, I like the fact that he's brought a Gnome.
Yeah, that's the portrait choices is something I usually factor in, but it definitely stands out here. We got a casually snacking gnome against some sort of mecha claw scenarios over on the side of DEF. Worth noting that even though we sort of pointed out the True Epic one having the more complete deck list, DF is a legend ranked player, right? So this is not like a new player to Hearthstone sort of making do with half a deck. This is someone who's at least been around the block, and maybe you don't have the fully developed, fully current Quest Warrior list, but I'm sure that any substitutions have been made sort of with an astute understanding of the game.
Well, that being said, we are jumping into that action now. Cult Neophyte going down just to slowly try to delay this Druid from coming into play. The only thing it's going to stop is the coin, so to be honest, it's not really the best technical card against the aggro taunt Druid, but at least we'll stop a little bit of that momentum. Of course, D3F being the second person to make a turn here.
Yeah, it's nice just to have a 2-drop, right? Especially one with the 3 attack. It does have the power to punch through some of those taunts, or indeed the far watch post, right? Like, I feel like that's actually one of the cards that's more powerful here in this matchup against the Quest Warlock, and sure enough, we see it shot down almost immediately by the True Epic one. You don't really want, the cards that already cost 10 that you're desperately trying to discount to cost any more. You really are at the limit of how many expensive cards you can play. So it's a funny little card, that far watch post. Usually prioritized pretty highly for something that's not dealing damage in an aggro deck.
It's definitely something you'd want to go up against a Quest Hand Warlock, which is all about discounting. If you're actively playing against their strategy, obviously that would be for the best one here. Of course, the encumbered Pack Meal now is also up onto the board here as well. The True Epic one's just looking to do damage, of course, continuing to ramp up those life types. Obviously not this turnaround here, but trying to just get through that quest line, because of course, D3F is on a clock. The moment the True Epic one manages to hit that threshold of either A enough HP has gone down, which means there's heavily discounted cards come into play, or of course, and actually complete that quest line and get that Tamsin roam that comes into it. Things really do take a very wild turn for the Warlock, and it's going to be very hard for D3F to make something happen. And now that we've actually got all of these cards out from back here, you can see D3F is really pushing that ladder now.
Yeah, I mean, D3F really got off to a strong turn there with the successful in doubling up the far watch post, but unfortunately, the True Epic one already had all of the right tools in hand, right? That last one was really critical. Drew double drain soul. You can hardly ask for a better card, because as you said, you're trying to damage yourself quite heavily to rush through the quest line, but also you are playing against a quite, damaging deck that gets on the board early in the terms of the Druid. It's often hard to completely clear their board if they have a strong turn, so you're going to be taking some damage from them as well. You don't really want to run the risk of getting bursted down by a Park Panther or one of their other finishers. So having the lifesteal there to not only bring you immediately back up into fighting shape, but to snipe out a really key target like Oracle of Elune without needing to resort to attacks yourself is really important. That being said, we didn't kill it off because we would have taken a double copy of Drain Soul. It just wasn't on the card this early on, and so DEF is going to continue to establish a temporary advantage at the least.
Well, the other thing as well is because those actual cards came in with the Oracle Loon, you can see the terrific ones like, look, these other two cards really need to be taken off the board first in order for me to actually make this play. And that means that Oracle Loon survives a little bit longer. Now you've got two peasants there giving extra as well, and plus there's no that real remover that we had before. So D3F is going to be lining up some pretty good tempo, considering the fact that they'll be able to bring in all those cards here. But the terrific one still looking to clear, should be able to at least get rid of things and realizes, what, that Oracle Loon needs to just be taken down.
Yeah, it did seem like a very managed kind of two-turn answer from the True Epic one. It shows how comfortable this Warlock is in the matchup, and this is sort of why I was favoring the True Epic one's deck lineup before this match actually started. The fact that you can leave that card lying around for a turn, just kind of like eat the value it provides to your opponent, is pretty incredible, and just shows this anti-minion power that this Warlock deck has, right? You kind of just, well, I'll two-turn it so I can maximize the value of my Tamsin Roam. Play one Tamsin, play one Soul, a Soul Drain, copy it. When Tamsin dies, bring her back with the Raised Dead, play her again, another double Drain Soul into the Shadowblade Slinger, nuke that down, and even though there's still a pretty sizable board, and D3F has critically added that legendary Grey Bow, which is going to make it very hard to sort of ever completely clear things away, we're already starting to hit that critical discount point, right? One cost Flesh Giants now hitting the battlefield for the side of the True Epic.
We can see now back to D3F's terms. He's got a very wide board at the moment, looking to see perhaps, if there's any of that Soul Rend there. That's the one thing that the Terrific one really needs now to actually clear this board away. But like you said, still has that massive Flesh Giant as a nice little boon there as well. But we can see a lot of damage coming here. That's actually close to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 minions that are activated at this moment in time. You can see the sequencing is being thought through for the time being in terms of what's going to be taken off the board. But at the same time, the sequencing from the Terrific one is definitely on point before. You could really see, the thought process before you, even that you just talked us through that idea of, okay, what I'm going to do is actually make sure that I use my Razor to bring back that Tamsin Roam, that being able to understand and see clearly through what that sequencing of plays is going to need to be. But as you can see, D3F now using the fact that I've got this wide long board, putting some real damage into the Terrific one right now. It's going to bring him down to 14 HP, and now those life types, now using the fact that I want to continue through my quest line, is going to start to actually weigh in on the thought process there. Now he's so low, but still tapping away.
Well, I mean, you kind of have to tap at this point. You can't stop tapping because we haven't found the really critical part of this deck, right? The Soul Rend. 2 copies of Soul Rend is super important for this deck. It's kind of the reason it has such a dominant matchup, right? It's typically just a 1-2 punch. Not only do you sweep the board for a very efficient amount of mana, but you enable those Baron Scavengers and Bloodshard Bristleaxe in the deck by blowing up most of your remaining cards. And unfortunately, you'd really hope to have found one early on in the game. You just haven't. So the fact that you haven't found them is twofold problems, right? Not only are you taking damage from your inability to fully clear the board efficiently, but you've had to use the other cards in your hand to stay in the game, which means that, this Anatheron is just not getting discounted to that 1 cost like you'd hope to have it see. These Tour Guide being, pumped up to a 3 cost has made it really hard to utilize to sort of get the cheap life tap. The Baron Scavenger, when not discounted, is just unplayable right now. And we see D3F, he's actually able to sort of make Hey While the Sun Shines take advantage of this window and really push damage to face. Might be going for lethal next turn.
Yeah, definitely playing everything up here as well. As you can see, the other thing I was taking into account here, using that Death Rider, of course, to draw more cards and bring back the Grey Ballot. Value just keeps them returning as well, as you mentioned before, and it is getting close to being lethal. Something needs to be done by the True Epic one in this next turn. That Soul Rend has to come through, but even if, of course, if you do decide to put it through, that's going to be a lot of cards that do get drawn here. Maybe you might be able to burn something away with that Soul Rend right now, which probably would perhaps, help out the True Epic one, but still, there's definitely a lot of damage that's been put on the board there, and he needs something to sustain back up ASAP.
Yeah, it's all going to come down to this next, card or 2 off the top, and we're not even remotely close enough for this Baron Scavenger to be discounted without the help of that Soul Rend. So that's going to be the pressure on the True Epic one here. I mean, it'll be a huge win for D3F to sneak this deck past, right? You still have to beat it with the Warrior, which is tough to do, but, it becomes actually an achievable victory, whereas at the start, I would have called this one of the worst sort of deck lineup matchups that you could have seen.
Shoot to see with you, mate. Are you stuck on a fuse by any chance?
It does seem to be like the spectator bug on my end, so I'll try quickly reconnecting to that one, and we'll see whether the true Epic One has managed to draw out of the situation.
Yeah, I'm also just reconnecting myself as well, just to get everything back into play here. Because of course we want to see what happens. We want to know what's going on here. I'm back in to see what's going on here as well. The true epic one's down to 9 HP at the moment as well. I believe we did miss a few of the extra cards that we just used before then, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But still a very wide board here for D3F. The true epic one is alive, but he's down to 5 HP now as well. It's back to his turn. There's the Soul Rend. He finally got it. No hesitation in dropping that down. That's going to clear away most of the board here. But of course, at the same time, it's actually get rid of the Arbor Up. It's going to get rid of a number of things here as well for D3F. So, and he's also managed to pick up a Bloodshard Bristleback while this is done. So we'll be able to sustain back a bit of HP as well.
Yeah, I mean, look, that was absolutely required to stay in the game, but it is awkward at this point because not only did you not fully clear the board, that tremendously sticky Greybow still hanging about right now and forcing further removal to come out, but you're down to 4 cards in deck, right? You're just progressing the quest. This is the final step of the quest line. Okay, no, it wasn't. So yeah, the quest line's been heavily delayed, of course, by the pressure to sort of keep clearing with the board. So you're not quite at that point yet where you're ready to start taking exhaustion damage and just shoving it across to your opponent with that Blightborn Tamsin reward. Really trying to deny that. Look, is this a second Oracle of Elune?
Yeah, this is the second one that's finally come down here. You can really see that this Druid has just been giving a lot of dividends here. I'd say a pretty decent high roll coming across here as well. Putting that damage in straight away. Another full board has come into the play here. Not a Soul Rend, unfortunately. I don't even think you can use it. Does get the Soul Rend here, but... I mean, that's the big thing here. Can you use it against Clear Away? Does get a little bit of HP back as well for the trouble as well. So that's a nice top deck Soul Rend off the back here, but of course we'll destroy everything here. He's going to lose a number of cards off the back here, and now actually he said might be just down to fatigue at this moment in time.
You're kind of forced to, right? Because unfortunately, the first Soul Rend, it destroyed one of your Bloodshard Bristlebacks, which is sort of the primary healing mechanic available to the deck once those Drained Souls are used. So it's been a very unlucky sort of ordering of the deck for the true Epic one, but you've got to be able to deal with the low rolls as well as the high rolls. Maybe Tamsin Roam here can help out, but I don't even know if there is there's not even a Shadow Spell left to discount here, so it's just a 1/3 body. And now we're in an awkward spot. I don't know exactly how this fatigue damage is going to line up with this quest. I think, yeah, if you life tap draw a second card, you're still not there. You'll take 2 damage from the tap, 2 damage from exhaustion, and still be 1 point short of the quest completion. That is a brutal blow. Perhaps the Wind Fury here from Battleground Battlemaster will allow a clear where you can survive 1 more turn and maybe flip this game on its head, but the True Epic one practically out of resources, not a lot of cards left to play, literally.
And you can see as well at this moment in time, he's unfortunately not going to be able to go to face with those particular ones. I mean, that Battle Master Fury, or the Battleground Battle Master, what it gives is normally a finishing move, and you can see the true epic ones are actually using it just to stay inside the game. Those Annoyatrons truly are annoying. I imagine right now he's sitting there going, seriously, I need to get through a 1-2 taunt with a damn Divine Shield, just using up so much resources here as well. And I think he's going to be quite happy to actually take some damage to the face here to get rid of that Baron Scavenger as well, which is definitely a forward hit.
Yeah, that's gonna be lethal pretty much. There's no real way out of this situation.
Yeah, he's life tapping himself.
Life taps to death. I mean, there's no the 3-cost 2 guide in hand just isn't doing it for you at this point in the game. So
completed the ritual at least. There's the Tamsin Roam.
Yeah, and sometimes completing that quest line, you actually can go below 0 life temporarily to complete the quest line, especially if it triggers the life drain step where you sort of drain back up. But unfortunately, not a lot, sort of to help revive you there as you dip below the dangerous threshold, and it's more of a fancy concession. So the true everyone taking a bit of an unexpected loss there. Good upset win for D3F to start off this battle in the upper bracket of the New Zealand qualifier.
Yeah, definitely did enjoy that match as well. So, of course, though, still a best of 3, and the true epic one is not out of it by any stretch of the imagination at this moment in time, which means we still need to play through the next ones. The Druid, of course, is no longer going to be available for D3F, but we'll still have access to what seems to be we were talking about it. I was saying maybe it's an incomplete warrior deck, maybe it's an adjusted one. One of the key things that were missing was the Rancors from this deck. Perhaps, maybe the value that was just not there for D3F decided to actually go with something a little bit different instead. So I'm interested to see how this one plays out. But of course, when you look at the Trepic one, still has access to that Quest Warrior as well, also has access to the Hand Warlock still for the time being, needs to win on those 2 decks here. So things looking good for D3F. A bit of a run back now, a little bit of a uphill battle for the Trepic one.
Yeah, look, I'm going to give some credit and say the D3F because that Druid deck was also slightly edited, right? I don't know if at least when we started this tournament, the double Priestess of Loon was not stock. So we'll have to see whether or not these changes are made intentionally and with the idea that they're better, not just, I'm missing Rancors and I don't want to craft 2 copies of this epic. But not every deck is playing the Barrow of Rancor combo, and this one has substituted some other removal, right? You've got Man the Cannons, and you've got some cheap weapons in addition to the sort of standard one-off blacksmithing hammer to pull out the quest and shuffle back in. What do you think of those adjustments? Almost looks like it's adjusting for the Warrior Mirror or other sort of minion-based decks.
Yeah, to be honest, it's hard for me to say what would actually be the change because it's something I haven't seen personally. I think, with the way that played out for D3F, it didn't seem to be like any particular thing.
And
sorry there. I think I had a little bit of a cut out there from the mic. So it doesn't seem to be any particular in terms of what I was just thinking about. I lost my train of thought now that I'm trying to bring it back.
Any particular sort of goal to those changes?
Correct, yeah. I think it is literally just little bits here to provide a little bit of extra value in places that weren't seen before.
Yeah, maybe it's a slightly cheaper removal. Maybe it's not dealing 2 damage to all your own minions because a lot of the pirates do have sort of 2 health. So the Rancor can often, you're getting armor for it, but still destroying your own minions when you are, ostensibly an aggro deck can hurt. So maybe that's the purpose of the Man in the Cannons. Either way, you're going to get to test the efficacy of this adjustment because both copies of Man in the Cannons in the opening hand here for D3F when all said and done.
Very quickly dealing with it as well. As you can see, it's pretty nice to actually have those 2 cards there for the Trepic one. He's got, like you said, the Mana Cannons ready. We'll drop that down for the time. Actually, no, he's not going to drop that down. He's dropping down the Sword Eater instead. I saw a different hover come across here as well. So both of these guys just looking to clear the board, just maintain control of the tempo for the time being. Of course, everything is about playing those pirates and getting to Rokara as fast as possible.
Yeah, exactly. We've seen players basically live or die on the strength of their questline speed run. Even in the finals, right? We've had matches being decided by 1 turn that Rokara was able to come down or not come down. Obviously, the card itself is quite costly, and even in terms of tempo, right? You're playing a 7-drop that doesn't immediately impact the board. So you have to kind of get yourself in a good position and have the mana available because you're probably not playing her the same turn that you complete the quest and unlock her. So you really want to be hitting your stride in terms of sequencing pirates, and I think maybe some players have even undervalued slightly getting their pirate quest line completed in these mirror matches. It does really seem to be almost the be-all, end-all, unless you can get really under them and set up an early smite lead.
We can see here, D3F now is just playing that Stonewall Anchorman, does clear the board away, immediately drops on through. Drops one of the weapons, but will, of course, put on that Waystone Hatchet for the time being. But Trio Epic 1 matching everything across the board, across here as well. Will drop down that Foxtail Freebooter. Obviously have that Blacksmithing in hand, or Blacksmithing Hammer in hand as well. And it's just these guys trading back and forth. Again, just pulling for that control. Another Stonewall Anchorman, of course, was picked up here as well. So it's going to be another extra pirate coming into the mix with D3F there. The South Sea Captain is going to be the draw off the back of that. And a Defias Cannoneer as well for good measure. So I'm looking at this here. No one's really got a clear advantage for the time being. Both of them just continuing to push those quest lines.
Yeah, I do like that the True Epic one was able to, if you're going to take a turn off from the questline to do something, playing a 5-3 Blacksmithing Hammer very early in the game, right? You're able to trade that back and then pick it back up with the quest or vice versa. Very early, you're getting that 5-3 weapon down as a pretty big edge. But, because we can see here, the Defias Cannoneer even really emphasizing that, able to handle the enemy Stonewall Anchorman without actually having to trade your valuable life for it. Maybe even going to be able to conserve a charge on this hammer and use that as removal if your opponent does go for a large flurry. If they somehow set up another Sword Eater, that big taunt can have a troublesome stat line for opposing pirates to get through. Now you have an answer A, but we're just going to prioritize hitting the face. Putting your opponent down to 12 like that, it's a great setup. There's no Mr. Smite in hand yet for the True Epic one, but D3F certainly is going to have to think about it, and unless you can set up a really defensive board and protect this cargo guard maybe for a turn or two, it seems like a solid advantage to the true epic one.
We can see here probably not the best chances that you wanted to do from those cannon attacks coming through directly afterwards, so it's just going to be that Defias Cannoneer still alive, generating value. And like you said, it's really nice to be able to actually have all this extra value being generated. He is going to find that there for the man the cannon, so I was just going to talk about the fact that, hey, there's no Rancor here, obviously giving that extra armor, putting D3F down to low HP is really nice in that sense, because of course won't have the same abilities to armor up and wave clear, but those man the cannons do allow him to have a little bit of scalpel capabilities to actually remove a number of those pirates. But Rukara has been picked up. The terrific one drops it down immediately, and it has that little bit of an extra edge here against D3F.
Yeah, that's being able to play the 2-drop pirate so that you can actually finish Rukara on the same turn. That's pretty much optimal, right? Sort of, this is close to as early as we see her. I think we've seen 1 or 2 turn 6 Rukaras, but the turn 7 Rukara is where it's at. And especially, you know, when you're going second, that's the timing you really want to hit. So now your opponent's in a tough spot. You are very low life, but there's not quite a smite lethal, at least what's on board. Do we have a second pirate out of hand? Oh, we have the Bloodsail Raider from hand. This should be enough, right?
Checking to see, I think it might be.
It should be a 3 attack, Bloodsail Buccaneer with the weapon, 9, 12, and the weapon itself. Yeah, just enough. Wow.
Didn't need that Rukara at all to actually get this one off here as well. That Mr. Smite coming in a clutch towards the end there as well. And as you can see, it drops it down. And there's just those little bit of differences, I think, from D3F that did actually make the difference. So those the cannons being picked up actually provided some excellent value in keeping him alive in a relatively good space, and of course giving him just a bit of opportunities to target clear the board as needed, which really opened him up for that finish there. So I think D3F's onto something, bud.
Yeah, it seems like a pretty astute adjustment. That's what I was talking about, right? The sort of tech cards, right? The shifts. Okay, well, maybe Rancor combo is the best in sort of a theoretical vacuum, but in truth, no deck exists in a vacuum. You are always operating within a meta game, and at least at this point, it's a meta game where every single lineup has this same Quest Warrior in it. If you can find any edge, even just playing a different card, even if it was a side grade, your opponent might accidentally play into you because they're assuming, oh, I have to play around Rancor, I have to do this, I have to do that. They're not going to be playing around double man the cannons. And there are a surprising number of key minions in this deck that have exactly 3 toughness, right? Wouldn't have died to a Rancor there, and Rancor costs twice as much. So this way you're spending less mana on spells that aren't advancing your pirate questline, you're dealing less damage to your own pirates, and you're able to, in a time of need, snipe a key target like the South Sea Captain, or a high attack Bloodsail Raider, or indeed that Defias Cannoneer that's so devastating to enemy boards when left alive.
Could not have put it any better myself, Bud. With that being said, congratulations to D3F for making it through that first round of the bracket. Guys, of course, we need to prepare the next round for you, so please do not go anywhere. We'll have more Hearthstone action coming up very shortly. Thank you everyone for your patience. We are back with the Hearthstone Open here for week 4, of course, New Zealand and Victoria region. We are just jumping into the action now of a match that's currently happening midway while we wait for round 1 to finish. And it is going to be up against someone that we just saw before. Of course, it was the true epic one who was previously versing D3. As you can see, it's going to be up against Jungle. And there's a little bit of a match here. I'm just going to see what we're jumping into right now. And it seems it's going to be that Quest Hand Warlock going up against the good old Quest Warrior once again. Perhaps the Terrific one will have a little bit of better luck here up against Jungle.
Yeah, well, I mean, the Terrific one, I better hope so, right? Because they lost round 1. This is the lower bracket. So if you don't have better luck here, you're waiting for next week. But you know, it seems like the first game went well, and this matchup, you know, we typically say would favor the Warlock. The True Epic one had, I feel like, a pretty rough draw with this deck in the first series we watched today, so maybe this is sort of the redemption arc for that Warlock deck.
Well, we can see Tasha Nathrazine being generated here as well. The Thames and Rome looking pretty good, and when I look at everything that's happening here, there's only 2 cards in hand here for Jungle. Unfortunately, we can't see there will be the Harvest Camp coming down. And a very healthy looking hand here for the True Epic one at 25 HP. So things definitely looking a lot better this time around here on turn 7.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you love to be seeing, right? The full hand, unlike last game where you were forced to sort of empty the hand uncommonly early for this deck, and it kind of like, you know, fell out of control from there. This looks much more like the script as the Warlock deck intends. So, you know, I'm not going to count Jungle out just yet, but, you know, when you compare the hand sizes, that's pretty rough. The life total also not favoring the Warrior deck at this point, and the matchup doesn't really make it seem like there's going to be a sudden comeback of any kind.
Absolutely not there. As you can see, using that lifesteal to get a little bit of extra HP back, followed through with the Mortal Coil to get that card draw. Of course, there a Flesh Giant for some good measure as well. I don't see a Battleground Master, but the Terrific one also has 2 Blood Shard Bristlebacks ready and waiting. So if there is a big turnaround hand out of the blue from Jungle, I think the Terrific one should be still in a pretty good spot. Also it has that Baron Scavenger as well in hand as well. So a few things are coming into play here. That Baron Scavenger will be generating some excellent value in the next turn or 2.
Yeah, I mean, this is much more just the script, basically, for this deck. When you play, you pick it because you expect to fight these minion-heavy decks like Aggro Taunt Druid and Quest Warrior. And I think what we saw last round has more to do with the, you know, sheer raw power of those decks, the reason that they are so popular and thus meriting a counter pick is that they can sometimes just win out, even against decks they're supposed to lose to. But this is, I think, more common, the scenario that you see, right? Just the Warrior deck kind of struggling to get things done against not only massively oversized minions like that Flesh Golem there, Flesh Giant, but also, yeah, just a brutal board clearance, Soul Rend, and a lot of healing.
Jungle does get that Rakara into play here as well, and is going to have the Juggernaut there sitting on hand. That's definitely going to be needed, considering that, you know, only 1 card left in hand here. Has got a decent board here. Doesn't have anything of too crazy concern, but of course, I feel like that Flesh Giant's probably just going to be killing Rakara very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that's a saving grace, right? That big finishing card we keep talking about, the Battle Master isn't available, right? So we can't just simply go face with our Flesh Golem twice with the Wind Fury. But, you know, Rakara, I don't underestimate her power. The Juggernaut in particular obviously can go long and win a game over a couple of turns basically by itself. But I don't know if this deck gives you that much time, right? It's not just a deck that's good at surviving the Quest Warlock and healing itself, as we can see here. It closes pretty quickly once you get to this point in the game. So obviously it depends how many more minions are available, but we're going to add another 6/6 to the board here with the 1-cost Baron Scavenger. I'm not sure of the status of like Raised Deads or anything that might be left to play. There's a lot of scary cards that could still come out, and the current board is lethal as it is.
You can see now Jungle down to 6 HP, looking pretty good. There does bring, of course, Edwin Defias Kingpin onto the board here. Definitely a card that I haven't seen for a very long time, but of course being a pirate means it does get summoned randomly as well. The Defias Cannoneer is probably exactly what he's going to need to actually get some extra benefit of that. But obviously he's going to have to attack something first in order to do that. And either way, he's going to take a lot of damage to attack anything that's on that board there. I mean, the Baron Scavenger at least is going to do 6 damage. And when you're looking at everything that's happening there, do you play your last card? Do you go to the face? You're pretty much sealing your fate either way.
Yeah, it's a valiant last effort, more or less. And unfortunately, we applaud someone for playing it out, but it's really hard to find a way back in once you're as far behind as Jungle got in this matchup, which is already, a difficult one. So, well played by the True Epic One to sort of steady after a rough round one, and seemingly have navigated their way to, at least another match deeper here into the bracket, right? Surviving on the loser's side. Obviously, the ultimate goal is earn a rematch against the player who put you down here, and it's the start of that run.
I mean, you can see he's played through, but just the perfect amount of damage there on that first giant.
Yes.
Just jumps through, gets that kill. Nice and quick finish here for the true Epic One. Of course, had to play out the full meta of that round, but this is exactly what you want to see from the Quest 10 Warlock, being able to, of course, choose when you want to play those cards instead of waiting to see that being the case. So that was, again, them being halfway through now. I did miss who actually won the first game there. I'm not sure if it was the True Epic One, if it was Jungle.
I believe it was the True Epic One, so
yes.
In that case, that would be advancement.
So in this case here, that does mean that True Epic One does remain in the tournament, and we'll push that a little bit further in the brackets. And that also means is that, unfortunately for Jungle, thank you very much for participating in the tournament, but you have fallen down in this case there, and hopefully we can see you next time. That being said, now hopefully I believe we do have the next round ready to roll up to, but of course we need to do a little bit of preparation before we get into it. So once again, guys, we'll be right back with a quick break. We'll bring you the second round of the tournament. And we are back. Thank you once again for your patience. We are back with the Hearthstone Open here for week 4. A lot of things have been happening, but we had to wait a little bit, and we do get to see the reason why. We are going to have our next 2 members. It's going to be D-Mutt up against Anubinator. Now, what's really great about Anubinator, she has been here in the past. She has been a part of the Hearthstone Uni Cup, so it's really great to see her returning once again. But with D-Mutt, who is part of the reason for our delay, is running a priest. A priest in this aggro meta, of all things. Bard, break it down for me.
I mean, this priest deck's crazy. I've been having a look at the deck list. We have plenty of time to speculate because it took its time winning the first round match that D-Mutt found themselves in. Of course, they did win. So, you know, the priest deck clearly has some chops. It was unbanned there. It's unbanned again here. So you will get a chance to at least see the deck that has delayed this round of the tournament so much. Obviously, other players flying ahead. But both of these players are still in the upper bracket, just a game or two away potentially from qualification. So it's not like this match has lost relevance for the delay. It's going to be crucial every which way. And, I mean, as you said, hard to believe someone's playing Big Priest in this economy. But the Big Priest it is, right? We got You charge the Defiler and the Zoth God at the deep top end, Soul Mirror as well, Mr. Smite for some late game finisher, Cornelius Rome for draw power, all of the big legendaries, and then of course, a typical suite of early game priest control and steal your stuff cards. Some corrupt cards in there as well to take advantage of the high cost legends. It's a really interesting list. I'm excited to see how it actually plays out. And arrayed against some slightly more typical lists, but still not the stuff we see every day, right? Numinator has the Elemental Shaman, which I believe we're seeing here, as well as an interesting homebrew Demon Hunter list.
Yeah, exactly. I think it seems to be a bit of a big death right of Demon Hunter, just like smash two archetypes together, see what we get. But we are jumping into the action. D-Mart is not going to be playing the priest this time around. It is going to be that mage, quest mage, up against Elemental Shaman for Illuminator. Now, alright off the bat there, we can see Illuminator doing typical Elemental Shaman stuff. The Menacing Nimbus is up on play. The Primal Dungeoneer is in place as well, and it really is going to be up to start dealing that damage in D-Mart to actually stopping it. Those secrets, of course, putting in that ice barrier into place as well and furthering that quest line. So both of these guys playing out their sequences as expected.
Yeah, it's been quite interesting to see how this mage deck has survived the nerf seemingly. Last week it seems like a lot of players were off it, or were looking around for sort of any different payoff to the mage deck. I think we've seen the Mizaki decks make a resurgence. I know you love that one. But D-Mart seems to just be on the classic here, hoping to make it work. And I have to say the fire sales are looking tremendous against this sort of board-based but mid-rangey elemental deck.
Yeah, couldn't agree more on that one there. And as you can see, just as you say, the fire sale does come down, knocking out most of the minions for Illuminator. Also at the same time, the Sorcerer's spell also proccing, which means that quest line is being pushed down a little bit further, and D-Mart's pretty happy with the way that this is shaping out.
But Illuminator, of course, draws that Doomhammer very reliably with the help of the Cage Match Custodian, just sequencing for maximum face damage right now because, of course, you realize that as the quest mage, your opponent's not really that interested in trying to challenge you for control of the board. It's more of a drag race right now. Refreshing Springwater coming out, always a great play once you've landed at least one of those arcane flows. And D-Mart, it certainly seems like a decent draw, right? We've seen other players stumble with this quest mage over the course of these qualifiers because, you are a little bit at the mercy of your draw, trying to tick all the boxes of that quest each time with the different schools of spells. But so far, this looks like a pretty hot run of cards.
And I'm really liking the choices here from D-Mart as well. You can see right off of those Primordial Studies, actually opts in for the lab partner, trying to get that extra spell damage, even though had access to two strong legendaries I feel most players would have opted into straight away, especially that Guardian. But understanding perhaps I needed a different sequence here now, I needed this lab partner that's a little bit cheaper right here, right now.
Yeah, the fact that it gets discounted, I think, is like the deciding factor. We see the lab partner come up a lot as like one of those really safe choices of the studies, and just the fact that it's completely free, right? Like typically it's a little awkward to juggle, playing a spell damage minion to enhance your damage versus, keeping it alive for maybe the next turn when you have to actually cast that spell. But when you fully discounted the minion, it's just pure value. And for a deck like this that's trying to finish the game in a flurry of spells, that is one you love to have in your back pocket.
We do have a Wailing Vapor come down here as well now, which means the more elementals that do get played, the more buffs that come into it. Unfortunately, seems Illuminator doesn't really have any elementals that are probably the best plays going forward, so she's happy to relegate just hitting for the face for the time being, putting an extra 24, bringing D-Mart down to 24 health life points.
Yeah, I mean, this Earth Revenant as a taunt isn't really doing much against the, minionless, basically, mage deck, but you are pushing damage. The high hit point counts of these minions is doing work, and Inara Storm Crash, that's one of the best cards you could possibly hope to have in this situation, right? We talk about Smite adding burst damage to the board, but how about that 4-attack minion giving your hero effectively 4 hits as well, even without further enhancement. The board will be mopped up, though, by a couple of fire spells, so D-Mart seems to be handily in control, right? We are progressing towards the final stage of the quest. Really just need one more arcane spell, and there is one in hand, Conjure Mana Biscuit. So we're going to be seeing the Arcanist Dawngrasp very soon. Nerfed as he is, it's still +2 permanent spell damage, and the lab partner in hand is going to bring you right back up to that old Perishable +3 from when the deck was super popular.
We do see that Doomhammer has come down. A few extra attacks are coming through as well, bringing Dima down to 28 HP. Of course, there's effective life points there. The Menacing Nimbus looking menacing for the time being, but probably doesn't have a chance to do anything. I imagine a spell might come down to clear it away for the time being, or Dima might let it survive just a little bit longer. Just thinking through that next step of the sequencing, and as you mentioned before, very close to actually finishing this up and getting that Arcanist Stormgrasp, which, again, you play it pretty much immediately. It's all about getting that extra spell damage right onto the board immediately. We can see it might be the Conjure Mana Biscuit. It is going to be the Conjure Mana Biscuit as it comes down, and that, of course, finishes off the rest of this quest.
Yeah, Dima, clearly a player who knows what they're doing, which is always exciting to see because, you know, when you combine a player who's got some pretty head screwed on straight sequencing skills with crazy deck lists, like we are seeing in this lineup, right? Like, this Quest Mage at this point in the meta by itself is already daring, but look at that Gadgets and Auctioneer in hand. That's never been part of the stock list as far as I'm aware. And you throw in the fact that this is, like, by far the more conventional deck being run today, right? Because after this, one way or the other, we're going to get to enjoy the sight of that big priest on stream. This is a player with some chutzpah.
Oh, absolutely. I think another thing we can also take into account here as well is Dima might not even give us that opportunity. Might decide to play the mage twice into Numinator's lineup if the Numinator is the person that comes out victorious in this particular match. So that's something that we might not get to see, might not get to be blessed with. You know, it held us up a little bit, and in the end, we never even got to see the reason behind why. So that'd be something that I think is a little bit ironic. You know, Alanis Morissette singing in the background. But what can you do? That is sometimes how the cookie crumbles, but we still have the rest of this match still going here. I don't really see a clear victorious winner at the moment. Of course, the spell damage now is available for Dima, so getting to that point now where they do want to start just putting in that extra damage, as we can see, just continuing to slow things down a little bit. And I do like the fact that we have seen sometimes when the Doomhammer is absolutely buffed to oblivion and out of the blue with those Wind Fury hits, and actually handily deal with a member quite quickly. So just playing a bit of a hedge bet there by actually using that spell.
Yeah. I mean, I guess that's the kind of thing. So the choice was, do you do it now or do you do it next turn? And I was sort of trying to count the lethal, right? You look like you're safe at that life total, but double Storm Strike with the Doomhammer is an ungodly amount of damage, right? I think that would have been lethal. So great decision to freeze up a Nubinator, because now you can go for it on 9. You think, oh, we basically have to win this turn. But the deck's capable of doing so, especially with that Gadgets and Auctioneer, right? It slightly depends on the draws. We're really hoping to find the Arcane Spring Waters, but, you know, you have to hit them eventually in the deck. Going deeper. There's one. Wow. Can we play it though?
No, he can't. He needs 4. We're using
That's
Blow.
unfortunate.
I mean,
yeah,
we was digging for it, but was unable to get it. That's the sad point here. I mean, has that first flame here, but I think a Nubinator might have the ability to actually finish off afterwards.
Yeah, very often we see this deck is able to create like ice barriers or something else that's, you know, getting the job done. Oh, I mean, we've frozen the Scrapyard Colossus. That's pretty good, but unfortunately, you're gonna take with just the 2 Storm Strikes and the Doom Hammer. That is already 22 damage.
There's also the Canal Slugger as well with Rush.
Yeah, well, I don't know if we need the defense. I think this is just a pretty straightforward lethal. Yeah.
Yeah, Storm Strike.
Oh, actually.
Oh, here we go.
No, sorry.
Clearing it down.
Yeah, well, Storm Strike to a minion. Right, so like you can deal 60 damage to the face, but with the frozen Scrapyard Colossus and no, you know, charge minion in hand, all we can do is clear the board and deal exactly short of lethal damage. Because the Scrapyard Colossus was frozen but not killed, right? There was the Snap Freeze in hand to destroy a frozen minion, but very cleverly did not destroy it because, of course, there's simply another minion inside. So now, Dmut on exactly 1 life must be counting themselves so lucky. Gets 1 more turn to go off with 10 mana available. Like, yeah, your Auctioneer, your Gadgets and Auctioneer went down, but like, if you can't win from this position with this mage deck, it's probably time to pack the deck away. And there is a lot of damage coming out of hand right here.
Yeah, there's Ignites just continuing to be put in as well. That Cram Session as well continues roaring. There's get the next Ignite there. You can see he's beginning to throw that down to 10 HP. Draws another Gadgets and Auctioneer, but it's just continuing to Cram Session at this point to keep on getting those cards in. It's just looking to get it back time and time again.
Yeah, that's going to be the game. I mean, unfortunately, the Elemental Shaman is just a little bit mismatched here, right? Like, you've got all of these cards that are really good at controlling the board, lots of battle cries that disrupt enemy minion lines, or rush cards that can prey on enemy minions to sort of regain control of the board. The Quest Mage is really not concerned with the board. All it takes is a couple of clutch freezes, first on the hero, then on the Felcrack Colossus, and that buys 2 turns, which is all that D-Mutt needs. So, really, some masterful play on the Quest Mage there. That's got me all warmed up for the big priest, because if that's how you can play with a sort of very known meta deck, I'm confident this priest deck is going to be at least well handled. I still have no idea what this pile of cards looks like in practice.
Look, if I was Gmut, I would have been like, calculated, mate. Everything there was calculated to a T, down to that 1 HP, just to survive that little bit of an extra turn to follow through with the combination of cards afterwards. And this is sometimes what's really great about watching Hearthstone. You think that, okay, this is cooked, it's done, this person's so far ahead, there's no real way to come back into it. And like you said, a few clutch freezes, the right sequencing of cards directly afterwards, basically pushing off to those big payoffs do allow you to generate that little bit of an extra value. And you can see just coming across there when everything just comes together, it is actually a pretty spectacular thing to do, because it is literally that idea of, you know, putting together a house, putting the rendering on, putting together all the paint, and then just seeing this beautiful masterpiece come together. This is what I love about these decks that have these payoffs towards the end, is seeing that finishing product come and be used the way that it's expected.
Yeah, and I mean, and it shows sort of the depth provided by the Discover mechanic, right? Because those 2 turns of freeze were actually both achieved off 1 flip of the quest line, right? The one that gives you Discover a spell. Discover the 8 cost freeze. Not only did you get to freeze the Shaman player, sort of delayed that big Doomhammer turn, but there's 2 water elementals that got summoned were able to survive, and one of them was able to freeze up the Colossus. So without that 1 spell, you die, you know, a turn, if not 2 turns sooner. It's crazy how much that foresight ended up paying off, even though it kind of, again, you know, takes a very bold decision to pick the 8 cost spell in a deck that's sort of trying to go for the flurry of cheap ones. Proved to be the absolute perfect decision there from Dmut. So now we finally get to witness this priest list in all its glory. I'm so excited.
This is literally the only priest we've seen in the tournament. I think it is right now the only priest available in the tournament. Obviously, when we do get to stay and play, things might change around a little bit, but the Reliquary of Souls is being played right off the bat here as well. We do have that Elemental Shaman being played against, once again, by a Nubinator. Probably hoping that there's going to be a bit of an extra oomph behind this draw there. Did mulligan most of the cards away, but I'm looking at that mana curve and doesn't seem to be favorable here for a Nubinator just yet.
Yeah, I mean, look, this priest deck only has a couple of cards that cost less than 3 mana, so pretty insane to see the priest deck curving out better than the shaman. But you know, that's how the draw goes right now, and Dmut must be loving this.
Yeah, right off the bat here as well is picking up everything that needs to be. The shards of the Naru there, and that's the Apotheosis as well. Happy to trade out, of course, that Reliquary of Souls, because it is, you know, it does just shuffle the Prime into the deck for later use. Illuminator, though, is now finally starting to pick up a bit of steam. Does use the Queen as well, so she's going to be happy to finally get something out on the board, and it's going to be that Earth Revenant.
Yeah, she at least you can say, like, if you're a Numinator, you're a little bit upset at how the deck performed last time, but like we said, it was a bit of a tough matchup for tools, not ideal. This is a much more board-centric matchup, so you're going to love having access to these elementals like Lilypad, Lurker, and Earth Revenant here. They're going to do a lot more for you than they were in the Mage matchup. And if you're wondering what all of these cards are seeing on Dmut's side of the board, a lot of the weird stuff like Circus Amalgam or that Fleet Hoof Pearl Tusk in hand, you can put that down to the fact that this is an Azoth God of the Deep deck, right? Battlecry, resurrect a friendly minion of each minion type. So sometimes you gotta go a little bit out of your usual way in order to make sure that you are maximizing the value of that Battlecry, if that's what this deck is leaning on to, you know, take over the late game.
And now this is one of the things I was talking about before. I mean, we know Soul Mirror is such a fantastic card in terms of what it's able to do. Of course, you drop down that Soul Mirror, just copy everything that's on the board there, and then you just use it to clear it away. This deck, I believe, by Dmut is playing 2 Soul Mirrors, but we just generated another one of Palm Readings. That means there's going to be 3 Soul Mirrors available here for Dmut, which is pretty damn ridiculous. And I know for a fact you've been hard done by this Soul Mirror before, if I'm correct.
Yeah, it's especially brutal when it hits you in the arena, right? That's when you're least expecting a card like Soul Mirror to appear. But these generated Soul Mirrors, you know, But again, you can't talk enough about the impact of these sort of random generation mechanics, not just because of the like scope of effect that is obtainable of them in high roll scenarios, but just because your opponent's like doubly unprepared for it in that case. So, you know, the Solmir here is very frightening, right? You've also got that Shard of the Naru, so you can copy all your opponent's minions and then silence their versions. Like, this is a deck where I feel like most of these elementals have a slightly higher health than they do attack. So that means that you're actually going to keep some copies around after the full effect resolves for Solmira, and I often feel like that's even slightly better than just it becoming a board wipe.
Yeah, very true in that sense, but we do have now the Cornelius Roman coming on down here. Is going to be killed off immediately, and this is definitely a wide board that's been generated here by Anubinator. Of course, just dropping the minions down as a matter of course from each turn, and of course using those totems, and now the damage is starting to fly into Dmut's face, down to 22 HP.
Yeah, and you have to use the Soul Mirror here, but again, like, compare this to, say, if you played it against the Pirate Warrior deck. This isn't quite going to be the full clear that you would love to see. Some of these are going to, you know, successfully trade off with each other, and in fact, the large and meaningful ones are, just because of how the damage is distributed previously. So I think that gets the job done for Dmut. A pretty well orchestrated sort of early game, setting up to that unconventional board wipe, and now with both players sort of brought to a standstill, this is where the giant legendaries in the big priest deck can start to take over, right?
Absolutely. We're now making our way into that turn 7, or towards the end of turn 7, as we can see Anubinator is now playing. Was hovering that Instructor Fireheart, but of course has a few sequences to go through before actually playing that one out. Dmut's probably looking pretty comfortable. I mean, on 22 HP, pretty happy with the scenario here, but of course the Shaman is no slouch when it comes to what's going to be available. Guidance, Runic Carvings, and Lightning Bolts are the choices here for Anubinator. It is going to be that Guidance, of course, actually, just to see if it continue generating a different spell or power of some kind, and it looks like it's just going to be more generations coming across here from Anubinator.
I mean, there's the N'Zoth in hand already, right? We've got some great sequencing to throw into that. You can put out the Light Shower Elemental to get the Elemental proc out, but I've only just sort of belatedly realized the copies that you make with the Soul Mirror, do those count? You can resurrect those with N'Zoth?
Yep.
Opponents. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Dmut's got some pretty cool combos going in this deck.
Pretty much is why the Priest, you know, has been something that in the past has been relatively strong. The idea of just being able to generate free value from things. It's literally what it has been from time to time. It just generates value. Sometimes I believe some of the things they say that the Priest does is, I'm just going to win with your hand, with your deck. Is what I'm going to do, because what you do is, of course, you generate the Soul Mirrors, then you use the Raised Deads, whether it's going to be through N'Zoth or through other cards, other measures, and then from there, then you start using their own cards against them to win. It's pretty insane.
Yeah, it's like classic control player stuff where you presume that to incentivize you using your opponent's cards, it's going to be like either slightly more efficient, either they're discounted or they're buffed somehow, or you straight up steal them from your opponents. You're also like costing them a card or a minion. And that by itself is enough. You sort of don't really mind what their card is that you take in most situations, because you're just, you know, in theory getting so much value as the Priest and going so deep in the game that you're able to kind of just, like, you know, wear them down with even the bluntest tools.
We do have some good damage here now coming the way of Dmut. As you can see, a number of cards played there from there, just a Kindling Elemental along with the Inara Storm Crash, just to get the extra benefits there, and Dmut putting that damage in as well. We still have, you know, Apotheosis there to give the lifesteal, so some pretty crazy things probably coming this way for Dmut now. You think, yeah, look, you're getting relatively low now, but this is what the power of the Priest deck is. That longevity just seems to come in when you don't expect it, generating that value. And like you said, being an all-round control deck is really the name of the game here. So Dmut now needs to really think through the next step here in terms of, you know, how am I actually going to play this one out? Do I use that light shower elemental just to get a little bit of extra HP into the mix? As you can see there, he's going to be able to recover a bit of that HP when it comes through, and that taunt. Or do I use the Apotheosis here? And it is actually opting to not use the Apotheosis for the time being.
Oh, I think surely we are. You've got 2 copies in hand. Yeah, this is just efficiency. There's no way that with an 8 attack minion ready to swing on this low hit points that you don't cash in at least 1 Apotheosis. I feel like this is the turnaround you were waiting for, right? That Fleet Hoof Pearl Tusk was able to survive a turn. It's huge with the corrupted buff on it. And yeah, the Apotheosis comes down And now suddenly Dimut's again back in a comfortable position. It's pretty much like you described, right? You're sort of managing the situation very well. And we know from the last game, Dimut is a player who can count damage.
Oh, absolutely. And the other thing as well is with this is that Molten Blast seems to be in play here. That was a pretty nice little use there of the lead pad lurker to actually get rid of the Light Shower Elemental. So, of course, that means that Death Rattle, which is so good at just retaining that HP, is going to be removed as well. Still has a taunt at least, I guess you could say, for Dimut, but at the end of the day, you're pretty happy getting rid of that and getting the extra value out of that Lily Pad Lurker. A bit of now thinking through the next step of sequencing here, the Cornell Slogger is an option as well. We can use the Storm Strike or the Molten Blast. Either way, it's probably going to be using a Totem at the end of this turn.
Yeah, look, Numinator, she's doing a great job right now of really thinking through every turn and making sure that maximum value is being extracted. But I'm a little concerned for her chances in this matchup specifically, right? Because, yeah, a lot of these tools are designed to just, like, keep control of the board, and it's based on the assumption that your opponent's trading sort of at a roughly predictable, roughly even level. But we're talking about a priest deck that's just stacked with giant legendary minions that not only are large bodies in themselves, but also, like, create multiple cards worth of value themselves that are even then more powerful minions on top of that, right? Like, you play N'Zoth and you get back all of these resurrected minions, or you play your Shaj, you recur all these, you know, corrupted Darkmoon Dirigibles or Fleet of Pearl Tusks. It's just so much to contend with. Even if you have a card that's like Lily Pad Lurker, a great 2-for-1, it might end up being a bit too much with the lack of the chance to kill Dimut early.
And you can see it actually brings back that Fleet of Pearl Tusk as well, which is exactly what you'd be happy with. I can also throw in another Apotheosis to really buff it up. Seems it might be the Shard of the Nari that might be coming to play here as well, just to really just silence these minions, actually have the opportunity to go straight for the face if possible, actually attack and get some more value out of this Fleet of Pearl Tusk, and that seems to be the case here. Just wants to get rid of the taunt, actually jump something that's of pretty good value, and then follow through with a heal as well.
Yeah, look, when someone was like, wow, there's a priest deck dragging out the first round, I was like, oh, okay, this should be, you know, entertaining one way or the other. But look, you definitely have to give Dimut respect. If not after game one, then definitely here. You know, when you know your deck inside and out and you're this comfortable, you can make miracles happen, even with a slightly underplayed class.
Look, you know, it comes back to that interview that we had in the first week of play, where a lot of players were saying, you know what, whenever aggro decks are the meta, control is just around the corner. It's just a matter of time until they figure out the sequencing, where can you actually find a way to make a control. And it seems Dimut is the first player that seems to be ahead of that curve and is bringing back these super control decks. I mean, the Quest 10 Warlock, yes, is very controlling. I mean, we had that discussion before, but you can see why it's so good. It has a lot of tools and utilities to actually use removal and get something back, while having some real win conditions inbuilt into that play. But when you look at how a priest deck plays out and what it tends to do, it really is so much slower. It does, you know, really play into the advantage of these aggro decks, and you, like you said, you have to be a very comfortable player, very confident in your own ability to actually bring this deck right now in the current iteration of play.
Yeah, I mean, exactly as you said, even amongst sort of broader archetypes of deck, you know, there are little breakdowns between them that change their style, right? Like the Quest Warrior and the Aggro Taunt Druid are both sort of minion-heavy, aggressive lists, but they aren't quite weak to the same things. They don't quite play the same ways. So it's obviously not that easy to construct a lineup just to beat one and have it also beat the other. It's doable, but, you know, you have to really cover a lot of bases, and it's the same with control. You know, you've got the Hand Warlock that is sort of very reliable and consistent, just relies on large, efficiently played bodies and a smattering of removal to kind of close things out. You know, it's got a little bit of a combo finish, but then you also have, you know, the control combo decks, like that Demon Hunter list that just seems nigh on unbeatable to like anything that's trying to win with minions. Likewise, the Secret Liberum Paladin that we keep seeing get banned, and then you've got this. It's like a different beast again. I'd probably have to see it play a few more matches before I could call anything predictably, but I feel like this almost goes back around to punish those anti-minion decks, because, like, yeah, Dimut is playing minions, but they're all so enormous. Like, it's a struggle to imagine even those sort of fell lifesteal Demon Hunter lists with all the removal they have, clearing away these, you know, 9 toughness minions efficiently every turn.
You can see here, Numinator is actually just using all these elemental spells for the time being to get something back and do a bit of damage, but there is a 6/9 N'Zoth God there of the Deep with Apotheosis inbuilt into it as well. We've just got the Tailing Fordring coming down as well. You can really start to see that Illuminator's running out of gas with this deck, whereas Dmut just seems to be ramping up now.
Yeah, Dmut, like, not only dropping the big legends, but also seemingly having the perfect buff spells to combo with them, right? We saw the Apotheosises go out on the big bodies before to get the lifesteal triggered, and now to protect that lifestealiness off. Not just a Tyrion Fordring with the Divine, a Talon Fordring with the Divine Shield. What about two of them, right? Illuminator barely works through the first one. Now she equips the Doomhammer Rockbiter to go face, but, you know, this will have worked if your opponent stopped playing a Priest. Unfortunately, not only do you have to fight your way through that taunt, that dangerous death rattle trigger, now you're trying to bash your way through a life total that's basically been completely restored since Illuminator had control earlier in the match.
And just look at this here as well. Like, here comes down the Rentmery Prime. The other thing as well, we've even got a Yashari the Defiler sitting in the background as well. We've even got a Fleet with Pearl Tusk, and just how comfortable Dmut is. Just drops everything down, takes the win directly afterwards, and that was definitely an interesting line of play overall. Not what we expected going forward. Of course, the Illuminator, she's not out of it just yet, can drop down to lower brackets and still play that way through, but really impressive play here coming from Dmut. Something that we did not expect. Every time I saw a Priest, I thought, yeah, that's just a meme at this moment in time, but Dmut proving me wrong. I don't know about you, Bard. I don't know if you were proved wrong this one, or if you really wanted to see the value that it could be generated.
No, I'm excited. Look, I'm a bit of a Priest sympathizer, Priest aficionado, so I'm really excited to see that deck do well. And also for Dmut, who seems to just be like a pretty out there creatively kind of player, go through from this round of the bracket, because that means that Dmut's actually qualified, right? We're inviting, again, 3 players per qualifier today, so 3 from New Zealand, 3 from Victoria, same as last week in New South Wales, these large qualifiers. And that means that if you make winners finals, you're guaranteed to make at least top 3, so Dmut is officially home and hosed. We're going to be seeing this Priest deck, or at least its creator, in the finals.
Yeah, and that's really exciting to see as well. We really do want to have as much variety of the decks coming into the play. Maybe Dmut can even convert some of the players who are really aggro-centric focused as well. So this is probably something that can happen if you see that. You see what I played with that one there, just a little bit on the side. So with that being said, guys, we still have plenty of Hearthstone action coming your way. We're going to a quick break. We'll bring you some more brackets coming up. Please do not go anywhere. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Hearthstone Open here for week 4. Definitely had some exciting play happening throughout everything across the board here, but super excited for us to jump into it. We do have a play interview ready to bring to you. It will be D-Mutt, who has actually qualified. D-Mutt, how are you going today?
Yeah, pretty good.
Good to hear, mate. How are you finding the tournament so far? In terms of things like loving the priest play at the moment. Hopefully, you can start to convert some of the other players because you're literally the first priest we've seen throughout this tournament.
Yeah, that's what I was sort of thinking going in. I was like, I'll bring something a bit different. People aren't sort of expecting it. I mean, I also had Quest Warrior, Quest Mage on the other side, so pretty standard. But I was sort of thinking Priest will be that wild card. People aren't going to expect it, and they might not know how to play around it so well.
My question is actually about the other deck. I mean, the priest deck, no notes, obviously was very dominant right there, getting you through into the finals. But you also brought Quest Mage today. We saw a lot of players fall off that deck pretty much instantaneously after it got nerfed, and going back to try out the Muzaki Mage or all other sorts of win conditions. What's kept you on the sort of more traditional build?
Um, I don't know. I've played it for a while, so I feel like I know it well, and I thought, oh, my best chance is playing a deck that I know. I know what the mulligan is. I know what I'm looking for, and I actually find the gadgetsons really strong. And even with the nerf, I think the gadgets allow you to just keep pumping out the damage once you get to that final point. I mean, I think you saw in that first game, they're like down to 1 health, but I was able to just pull it out with just that last bit of damage.
So I really want to know at that moment in time what went through your head when you saw yourself go down to 1 HP. You're like, where is it? Is there anything else? Any more spells follow through? Is that it? Is there no more?
Yeah, like I saw him buffing up his weapon, and I was just watching his mana, and I was like, I saw it was like low. I think it was at 0 mana, and I was like, can he? I'm like, what could he have? I was like reading the deck list. Is there anything else that he could just pull out? And I was like, I think he's good. I'm counting up the numbers. I'm like, I think I'm one off, and then I'm down at 1 health. I'm like, all right, I guess it's now or never.
Calculated, all calculated.
Yeah, well, obviously, are we going to be seeing? You obviously don't have to share trade secrets, but are we going to be expecting more rogue priest play? I say rogue meaning your rogue deck, but
Yeah.
are you thinking of changing up classes? Do you like to brew different decks each tournament, or is this more just these are the ones that you've got on standby?
I do. I like playing something that's a bit different. I like having that edge of I play a decent bit of ranked, and I like on the ladder. When you pull something out and your opponent's not expecting, and so I think trying to bring that to the tournament by bringing these wild decks. So yeah, maybe I might have a look at a few others and stuff. Do a bit of a mix.
Well, Deba, we know you're a busy man and you've got more preparation ahead of you. You still have a bit of this tournament to go. So this is going to be the final question. If you had the chance to play in this tournament again, would you jump into it again? Would you play in more future tournaments if we had Blizzard and AO putting this on?
Yeah, 100%. It's been a great time. It's fun, seeing a bit of behind the scenes and yeah, just playing a game I love.
Brilliant, mate. Thank you very much for your time there. I hope you continue to do well throughout the tournament, and congratulations as well for qualifying for states. Can't wait to see what you bring out.
Cheers. Thank you very much.
Alrighty, guys. So that being said, that was DMAT there, giving us a little bit of wisdom. So really excited to see what happens in the future and for the tournament there. And I'm sure he can't wait to see what happens as well. But we still have more action, and we are going to be jumping across now to the Victoria bracket. I believe there's been playing in the background now, a lot happening. It's going to be between Corbett and HZ. So these guys are pretty close towards the finals here. And his hands set up. Has something changed?
Well, no, not so much with those. I'm still ready, to see two very highly ranked players battle it out of Victoria. But first of all, I think it's only fair that we go back. Obviously, that match took a while. We actually have our other already qualified player from that winners final in the New Zealand bracket.
Correct.
First of all, yeah, right. It's been long since qualified, right? We've had one player kind of move through the bracket at a steady glacial pace with that stately priest deck, and then on the other hand, we've got someone who blazed through with the double aggro matchup we kind of saw in our first set of the day, DEF, right? D3F.
Exactly. A silent warrior sitting back, making sure it could happen. Now, D3F, are you there, buddy? Are you ready to jump into this? I think he's not ready for the time being, but we should be bringing him now. This is what's really interesting about this. Okay, with D3F, this player literally finished before while we were waiting to play the next round before. We were sitting there going like, oh, maybe we can jump in. Nah. They started after the fact. After the fact, maybe, you know, by the time we actually jump into it, there's going to be a bit of issues there. We don't want things to mess up here. And next thing we know, oh, D3F won. And it's just like, did he just qualify in literally under 20 minutes flat? Like that's ridiculous. That's almost unheard of. But of course, D3F qualified very early into this tournament, so that's something I definitely want to have a question. Is there any questions that you're planning to ask him?
Yeah, I ask where I can find the Hearthstone speedrunners Discord. Like, I didn't realize that was a thing until today. But, you know, that's a new world record in the finals qualifier, you know, any percent category. Just pick 2 aggro decks and smash it. No, actually, because we actually had the benefit of seeing this player at least play the first set today. And what I really want to ask him is just sort of some of those tech cards, right, that we mentioned.
Yes.
What is the reasoning behind the barrage in the warrior deck that ended up winning the mirror? And similarly, the other decks were also slightly tweaked. So I would just want to hear, where are those modifications coming from? Is there like a testing team that's helping to put these things together? Was it cribbed from a streamer? Is it just homebrew, like that priest deck we just talked about with D-Mud? I whatever the source, right? There's no shame in taking an innovation from a different player that you see be successful. It's all about making the right decisions about what to implement at the right times. But I just love to see the variety and the innovation, Mendrix.
You're literally just like licking your lips at the moment of the different combinations you could possibly put together. You're thinking like, I can't wait to jump into play. I'm gonna take everything I can from these plays, and it's gonna be good when I jump into it as like across the board. And that's the thing. I mean, that's why everyone's here for these tournaments, just to see, you know, what is happening, what's something that you could do as a little bit of a different iteration. The standard will no longer be the standard whenever competitive play comes into the mix. So really keen to hear from D3F as well, as we're just waiting to get that player in for that interview as well. Apart from that, though, Bard, is there anything that really stands out for you today so far in terms of what we've seen?
I mean, I just can't go past the priest deck, right? Like, obviously, I would like to have seen slightly more out of, you know, even that quest mage deck is a little different, right, from what we expect with the double gadget Zan, even a couple of other odd choices. But yeah, the priest is what it's all about. I can't really hide my enthusiasm for that class in general. As you mentioned, it's the first priest we've seen in the entire course of this tournament system. Obviously, the fact that it's winning, and not just like through the qualified finals in straight sets, it's such a sensational story. So as a caster and as a fan of the priest class in Hearthstone, that's my box ticked for the today. I already have my favorite story.
No, I completely agree with you on that one as well. For me personally, it was just actually seeing the fact that the Quest Hand Warlock does have a weakness. The fact that it can draw badly. I mean, every time I've seen the Quest Hand Warlock, the idea is like, oh, the Quest Hand Warlock can't draw badly. You just keep drawing until it gets good. That's literally the whole general gist of it. It doesn't really matter what I get to it. Of course, you can mulligan again and again to sort of like get a different sort of look into it. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter, because you're going to be life tapping away. You're going to be using those backfires and those soul rains just to keep your way through. And we really saw how damaged it can be when you just do not get a soul rend. It really does slow down your play. It stops you from tapping as much as you would like to, and it forces you to play those cards early. Those inefficient discounted cards when they're still inefficient, and because of that, that ends up being a problem for this deck that we just haven't seen throughout the tournament so far.
Yeah, it kind of makes you wonder, right? Like, we've seen a lot of Warlock decks do very, very well, and it sort of makes you think, well, why would you not register a Warlock deck in this better? It looks terrific, right? High counters, the most popular decks, looks like it can barely lose. It's great even in other matchups, but yeah, we saw the downside there, right? Like, when you're on the back foot, when you're that far behind on life and tempo, especially against a taunt having deck, right? So those 8/8 Flesh Giants, they aren't really striking home where you'd intend, even if you do get them out somewhat fast. But all it takes is like you miss on your 2 Soul Rens, and even then you miss on like the Goldshire Knolls, right? I feel like that's another card that's really important in the deck, stabilizing the early games. Your opponent will have like a strong turn 3, turn 4 kind of play, and you've just been life tapping, and then suddenly this is going to come out of hand and rush down whatever you had, and you're not going to get the value from it that you'd expect being ahead on board at that time with a strong minion play on your turn. If you don't have either of those stopgap cards, right? We even saw it wasn't like there was no removal. We had the life drain, but even against this kind of weedy druid minions, they're not the biggest. The damage just added up too quickly. the fact that the Soren that was drawn ended up destroying some of the remaining healing cards in the deck, I feel like that's a bit of a rough beat. But you have to account for these things, right? If the deck has a fail state, we've seen quest mages who just can't advance their quests. We've seen pirate warriors barely play pirates. So I guess sometimes you see the warlock just end up missing on the draw spells, and then you destroy the cards because they're stuck in your deck when you cast Soul Rend, and suddenly you're like, oh, I don't have a win condition here.
Well, I've just been told right now that we do have a few technical issues actually getting across and being able to get D3F on. So unfortunately, we'll have to wait until maybe next time with state finals. Again, D3F has qualified. We'll still get to see more play from this coming out of this player as well. So no real issues there. We'll try to get him at some point throughout the day if we can. If not, obviously we'll do it forever. But that being said, we still have the rest of the tournament to progress through. That's the other thing that we can bring to you guys. So I believe the next one is actually going to be HZ and I believe
Corbett and HZ.
So that would be the next thing that will be coming into that play. Now, trying to think this through here, I will actually bring to see if I've got them up ready to go. I do actually have their deck up. Now, Corbett's a bit interesting. Corbett actually has the Face Hunter, the Rogue, and what seems to be the Quest Hand Warlock ready to play. Whereas on the flip side, HZ is using what seems to be that OTK Demon Hunter that we've seen played quite a fair bit in the previous tournament or in last week, and also has a Quest Hand Warlock and another Rogue. And what's interesting is the fact that these guys are bringing rogues to the table. And we did see this a little bit of those have some life or signs of life in the earlier stages of this tournament, but then they sort of fell off for a bit. Now they're beginning to make their way back into the meta.
Yeah, again, the way that the decks have cycled through popularity week to week has been fascinating to watch. I feel like this, if you ask me after like week 2 of the qualifiers, what the popular deck lineups are going to be, I feel like that was the week that the Hunters really dominated, right? The Face Hunters and the Quest Warlocks really shone there. And so that's what I thought the meta was sort of headed towards, and that we sort of haven't really seen the Hunters since. So good to see them making a return. And it's worth emphasizing, right, this is one of the highest skill, just based on sort of player rankings, at least matchups that we've seen in the tournament so far. We've got, Corbett incredibly highly ranked in Wild as a legend, and HZ also very, sort of top 50 legend as a standard player. So these two know what they're doing. You have to think a lot of thought has probably gone into these lineup selections. And in particular, I'm interested to see how those sort of more aggressive decks will do, like Face Hunter, right? Going up against the lifesteal heavy OTK Demon Hunter deck. It seems like that deck has really polarizing matchups. And if you can line it up right, it's a strong tool in a tournament setting.
So polarizing, it has been banned away by Corbett. Something that they're starting to get around. I know you're I know you're sitting there being like, yeah, I can't wait. So I want to see what this, this Demon Hunter can do. And I'm sitting going like, it's been banned, unfortunately for you in that case.
Yeah, I hadn't seen the bans yet. Okay, look, I ban it too. So I respect the decision, even though it was a slightly sadistic kind of glee to watch that deck just dismantle aggressive minion-based decks with the sheer amount of removal and healing it has. And then you just know that at some point they're going to have the OTK combo. It seemed like a very reliable weapon. And I think even our winners interviews last week just focused on that, right? Talked about how strong this deck was in the right hands. But it looks like we're going to get maybe the Rogue Mirror at some point. That sounds very exciting. Exactly. And of course the Hunter deck as well.
Well, I think they're both running Rogue as well, which seems to be the case, but there is definitely different iterations between them in terms of what they're playing. I'm just having a quick look to see what is the difference there. I can see from HZ, the Cult Neophyte is definitely a big one. That technical card obviously doing some pretty big work we've seen in the future, in the past, and we expected to do some work in the future as well, being thrown into the place. I'm trying to see if there's anything else in particular. But,
animated Broomstick.
Yeah, the Animated Broomstick, definitely an interesting one as well. They're being added to that mix. And we are jumping straight into that action, and it looks like it's going to be that Face Hunter first, going up against the Rogue here. Corbett up against HZ.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. Playing the Rogue into the Hunter, would you be looking, if you're Corbett, to sequence the Rogue deck into the Mirror or the, I feel like the Rogue deck probably has a better chance of beating the Quest Warlock?
I'm thinking it through right now. I think possibly you'd think with the Mirror, because there is a different iteration. I believe it's Corbett that's running the Cult Neophyte. Maybe you don't want to actually have to go up against this differentiated version of the deck in the mirror, because you feel like maybe that having those few little extra changes might actually put you at a disadvantage.
Yeah, certainly I like the matchup of getting the Face Hunter against the Garrote Rogue, because there's one thing about this Garrote Rogue deck, it doesn't really contest the board, and unlike those Demon Hunter lists, you don't have to contend with a ton of lifesteal removal healing your opponent back up after you've committed to the face. So you know as Corbett that all you have to do is count up to HZ's life total here. Steady Shot going to be the order of the day, of course. Just count, reliably chipping away at the life total, and if you can win this matchup. The other matchup, right? Corbett's Rogue into the Quest Warlock. Obviously, these players, can always change the math, but on matchups alone at the highest level, it's a 77% favored matchup for Garrote Rogue.
Yeah, and it's really interesting as well, because right off the bat you can see Corbett's just going straight for the face there, wants to get that damage in very quickly, and a lot of it is going to be that idea of just keep making sure that you maintain control and staying relatively healthy. The Rogue does have a lot of abilities to escape out in most cases, so hopefully this does go the way of HD, or then in terms of that plan. But I'm feeling a bit worried. This is a very quick pace in comparison to what we just came off. We had a slow pre-game to sort of like close things out, and these guys are just playing these cards thick and fast as well. Already down to 22 HP, which is pretty, like I said, a big change of pace for us.
Yeah, I mean, Face Hunter is really like the icon for speed in Hearthstone, right? And then these Garrote Rogues as well. It's not like they're beating you down turn after turn, but either way, this deck kind of turns things into a drag race. It is not particularly interested in interacting past a sort of basic level with all those cheap minions it plays. Obviously, it's capable of clearing some boards, you kind of have to be, but it's at the low end, right? Even lower than some of these sort of quest-focused decks, and even when it's not quite the mirror, it's still sort of a drag race between these two different approaches to getting your opponent to 0 life. One's combo, one's fairly basic aggro. Right now, it seems like the Face Hunter is winning, but it is always, difficult to count the Garrote Rogue out.
Yeah, absolutely. The Rinling's Rifle has come down to generate that value. Now you can see at the moment, HD is trying to play around what trap that could possibly be, or what secret is in place here. The Explosive Trap is going to be the aim of the game, which means the more wider he goes, the more problems is going to begin. Most of these minions that are being played here by Rogue typically don't have the highest HP pool, which means they'll be playing straight into this Explosive Trap if it does decide to get played here. You can see the Brain Freeze also coming down as well, just to deal with one of those minions there and at least get into field combat to actually generate all that value before he does decide to attack into that face.
Are you surprised by the relative lack, it seems, of tech cards in this Face Hunter deck out of Corbett, right? Like, this seems like one of the decks that, obviously, the card just has to deal damage. There's not very stringent requirements on what you decide to throw into the Face Hunter deck. And we've seen some players make some pretty bold choices with it in previous weeks, but this seems like a fairly stock list.
Yeah, very stock indeed. I think for Corbett, maybe the Face Hunter was probably the one that is just sort of like a throwaway. Like, I expect
my third deck, yeah.
Yeah, I'm just coming into it. I'm planning to play everything else more effectively. If they don't ban this Face Hunter, I reckon it'll do pretty well into most of the decks that's been played so far in the meta.
Yeah, if you've been, laddering with your Warlock and your Rogue, and you feel very comfortable with those, you're like, damn, I need a third deck for tournament. You're not really concerned, like, oh, will I understand the niceties of the lines with Face Hunter? Like, yeah, it's possible to play the deck like better or worse, but if you're like a legend ranked player of Hearthstone, you understand the game's fundamentals well enough to kind of like correctly sequence this deck 95% of the time.
HD just continue to generate some value. Has managed to pick up that animated broomstick, but I don't think it's going to get the most value considering the secret's in play for Corbett for the time being. Is happy though to just keep on generating spells. Did get another cram session, and that field contact's continuing to generate that card draw. We'll actually place down that animated broomstick as well. I believe it's just again to get more benefit from that field contact before playing into it, and the Garrotes are starting to come into play now.
Yeah, there seems to be a real focus on getting board clear here. Like, not only are you playing the Pen Flinger, which we've seen be utilized before in the past by other sort of Garrote Rogues to clear difficult boards, but this is sort of like even more so than the Quest Hand Warlock, at least, where you can't afford to spend too many resources clearing the board, because, like, yeah, you do actually need pretty much all of them to combo off effectively. So having a card like Animated Broomstick, where it's like, you're paying 1 mana and 1 card to like massively multiply the value of the other cards you played this turn. That's kind of what this deck's all about. Like, granted, the context isn't typically so I can chip away a few opposing minions with my 1 mana 1/2s, but you'll take it given the opportunity. I don't mind the inclusion.
Well, we can see Cole's thinking through this ramming mount is going to go onto the snake for the time being. That's going to be an interesting thought in my head, a snake riding a mount. Definitely going to be
kind of just wrapped around it, right?
Yeah, pretty much. Just sitting there, this mount's probably wondering, why do I have a snake on me? Not realizing this is actually going to be a rider.
Yeah.
But still going to be a 3/3 snake. Of course, has a little bit of extra to the immunity and that death rod coming into it, which summons the ram. It was also looking to put down that Wibbleting, so just growing up that minion board once again. I really did like that play coming through from HZ previously. Did, of course, use the field contact to obviously clear away the board, but at the same time brought it back by bringing that Shadow Step into it to get more value out of it later. But still, you know, going the course here for Corbett, you're going to be using that extra damage, bringing down HZ to 12. And of course, this is a bit of a race now because that's coming into play for both of these players.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it's a race like HZ can't really change tack. Like the advantage of something like a quest mage, right, is similarly devoted to a sort of combo win condition. But I feel like other decks that play like this seem to have a lot more flexibility in terms of repurposing some of their resources towards staying alive where necessary. You know, you can discover or destroy your way into some ice barriers. You can point some removal spells at your opponent's minions when you have to, and still, you know, be progressing your game plan. But this is like it looks very much like a desperation secret passage well before the Garrote turn out of HZ, because, you know, this is a fairly lethal board of Hunter minions over the other side of the table, and unfortunately, yeah, the Garrote Rogue's just spinning its wheels, right? Like, you got the clear last turn, tremendous, but you're still several turns away from any sort of combo kill, and you know, the pressure is relentless, so hard to find a way out of it here for HZ.
Yeah, you can tell it's pretty rough. Did also get another secret passage off the back here, so things looking worse. Looks like it's going to be the Pendant Flinger into the Prize Plunderer as well, as you can see, just playing these cards to deal a little bit of damage and clear things away and just survive that next turn. Has 12 HP to play with. Is going to get those cards back from that secret passage that we saw from before, but there is plenty of damage here as well. I mean, it even has that piercing shot in hand as well. I think this might be what we like to call it over at this point.
Yeah, unfortunately, the piercing shot is incredible against this deck in particular, right? Almost everything in the deck has 1 health, maybe 2 if you're lucky, and HZ realizes the writing's on the wall there. Maybe could have comboed off or attempted to with another turn, but man, it's a hill to climb, right? I think we've seen the Garrote Rogues kind of going for the kill on turn 8. If anything, you generally want to have drawn most of the deck to maximize the hidden passages. You obviously want to try and put a spell damage guy in hand somewhere along the line, and just no time to settle all that up, or even just, you know, sort of accrue the necessary mana crystals as the Face Hunter deck does, you know, what it's built to do. Guns the opponent down, and now Corbett looking really strong in the matchup, having found this favorable rogue into Warlock match.
Yeah, you can see immediately he's going to play HZ's swapping around. Did have, of course, the rogue before. Is now going to be playing that Warlock. Corbett has to win with this rogue now to continue progressing through this tournament. So that was that next stage, and like you said, favorable matchup here for Corbett. Another Garrote Rogue. It's going to be a different iteration of that. And it's looking to see possibly trade away this card nice and early. He's going to get another Prize Plunderer, and that's a pretty decent mana curve for Corbett right off the bat.
Yeah, this is going to be really interesting, right? Because we sort of saw that Quest Warlock deck fall down a little bit before under pressure from a deck which was, you know, playing a pretty aggressive board of minions, forcing you to choose between, you know, how much do you want to spend your time life tapping and sort of advancing your quest line? How much do you want to spend, you know, not dying to me? But I don't feel like you're really under any of the same constraints going up against a Garrote Rogue. So maybe the biggest thing that you can do as Corbett slow down the combo from HZ is to, you know, maybe not even play minions, depending on what tools are being used to alter the life total and discount these cards draw through your deck. The tools are, you know, in hand for HZ that we discussed, you know, missing in that other bad run, right? The Soul Ren and the Goldshire Knoll both. So we'll see whether or not, you know, those actually end up being a big factor in against a deck that's not really dependent on minions to deal a lot of damage, but you know, at least HZ's not without them.
Yeah, definitely. A very early secret passage coming out of Corbett here. It was started to use that. Of course, it was a discounted secret passage that did come through. Is also going to use the preparation as well, just to be able to cast through that Swindle. And as you can see, he gets a Shadow Step and an Ethereal Augmentation as well. It's just trying to draw through as much as possible.
Yeah, certainly an aggressive line, the line of someone who likes to play a lot of cards, but I mean, it's sort of paying off, right? The question is, what do you do with all of these, cards drawn when you know that the hidden passage is coming back into effect? But yeah, the hand is locked and loaded for Corbett, and this is the style of play you would expect out of a player who's, sort of done so well for themselves in ranked, presumably playing this deck or something close to it at some point, right? Like, you just... Even though that was a very sort of unconventional line, with enough experience as a legend, you sort of feel second nature going for it.
Yeah, you can see now as well, we're just going to have a tap from HZ. Further in the quest line, we'll get an unstable Shadow Blast off the back of this as well. So pretty happy, I guess, with that sense, because it is still, moving into turn 4 there. HD hasn't really taken too much damage here. The one thief was being hovered before in previous turns, but not actually used here, but it will finally come down now. The 1-2 being played, and of course, we'll discover a spell off the back of it. Also, we'll be able to draw into a few more cards. Has picked up the field contact and that one thief at the same time. So looking pretty good for Corbett here. A lot of options in hand. Very full hand, like you said before. Locked and loaded, ready to go. We're just waiting for that trigger to be finally be pulled.
Yeah, Corbett stacked right now. The real question here is, like, can you sort of start assembling the combo, right? Because we haven't really seen the rogue deck, at least in the last game, sort of get on the discounting your hand full of damage spells train, and haven't really got like a rots going at all. So we're getting towards the point where you can at least set that up. The efficient Octobot is in hand. You got the Ethereal Org Merchant there to enable that, and then even other tools if necessary. So yeah, okay, I was kind of wondering if we'd see field contact first. We might still.
Looking not to do at this point. I think maybe wants to just make everything more efficient before playing it out beforehand.
Yeah, having already run out the Octobot makes it hard to justify, right? Because there's only 3 crystals yet. It feels like it's a lot deeper into the game than just turn 5, but I suppose these two players are sort of playing decisively, but also taking their time to think with, given the stakes available. I'm not blaming them, but it means that this game is kind of like decision dense so far.
Oh, very decision dense. As you can see, still thinking through what's going to be the choice here. It is going to be that Font of Power that's going to be picked up here. Penflinger will finally be dropped into the mix there to obviously make everything as efficient as possible. Wanted to make the Font of Power efficient to bring that up. A Rust Frost Whisper, a Varden Dawngrasp. It will be the Varden Dawngrasp that's picked up here, and it seems to be Corbett just wanted to be able to slow things down at a future point in time.
Yeah, I mean, look, we've seen all of those legends be powerful at one time or another, but the Varden Dawngrasp, out of context in this rogue deck, does seem like the best fit, right? You just want to buy time. If your opponent is able to very quickly discount some Flesh Giants to get some 8/8s rolling on the board, that seems like one of your loss conditions here, as the Grot Mage really do not have ways to deal with those. But now you do. You potentially, depending on what cards even hang around, you can find a way to, like, Shadow Step. And reset the freeze trigger, and that would be very powerful. So, we haven't quite seen the final form of this game crystallize. We are seeing some of the large discountable minions coming together right here. We've got the Goldshire Gnolls lining up, at least one so far. There's another available, so flipping our quest as well. HZ is certainly advancing the game plan.
As you can see here now, a lot of discounts available, and it's some very cheap cards at the efficiency right off the back. 20 HP still available for HZ at this moment in time. He's going to use that Mortal Coil as well, just to throw that in as well. Maybe get the kill onto the Virus Plunderer. Yes, it will be. That's going to be another card draw coming in as well. It still has 1 mana to play with. Will we actually drop down another one of the Shadowblade Slingers, or will we get something else out? Tour Guide. No, I wouldn't use Tour Guide there. I think the Goldshire knows the play here. Just put another one in.
Most likely, that's the thing, right? Like, you can set that up. I don't know if the line is we're trying to.
Guy works actually.
It depends. Like, are we trying to set up value off the Soul Rend, or are we trying to pressure phase immediately? Because that's the critical thing here for HZ. It's like, normally your main concern with this Warlock deck is just not dying, because there's so many ways for them to win the game. Even exhaustion is usually their friend, thanks to the effect of Blightborn Tamsin. You can usually find a way to pull the game out of the bag there, but you're up against, like, this fairly reliable OTK deck that's going to start being a threat to you in a turn or two if it's not already. And so you actually really have to consider how you can more proactively win the game instead of just playing to not die, right? And so that, I would have almost expected to either see you pull the trigger on the Soul Rend early, or commit to baiting it, or even just start running out the discounted cards and sort of say, okay, well, Soul Rend's time is a bit past in this matchup. I don't need to get below 10 cards in deck instantly to discount, and power up my defensive cards, taunts and healers, when I can just run them over. But that's not quite what we're seeing yet.
Corbett is going to freeze up this Gold Triangle for the time being. He's thinking about either attacking the Gold Triangle or actually going for the face here. It seems it's going to be the face. They're wanting to concern that HP for the time being and just also use a little bit more efficiency here as well, grabbing that Dagger Mastery up. Does have a Garrote in hand there from that draw that came into the mix as well, and now all the cards will return to hand.
Yeah, looks like I may have the spectator bugs. I'm quickly in the process of rejoining the match, but it looks like a pretty critical turn coming up. Obviously for the survival of both sides, but for Corbett in particular.
Yeah, well, it will be another Gold Shire Knoll coming down as well, so 2 will be on the field there. Another Life Tap as well, just to continue drawing things on out there. We'll pick up another Backfire here. Does still have the Tamsin Roan in hand to play that as well, and it seems like now it's the time to actually start getting something back. Touch of the Natharazine will come in, 2 damage will actually come through and bring back 4 HP, and here comes the big cards. Flesh Giant down.
There's another 0-cost Flesh Giant in hand as well. I don't know if there's any reason to hold that in hand, right? Like, what's the worst that could happen is that you're able to steal or generate a spell that clears the board, right? Okay, we are deploying them because it's a rogue deck. What are they going to do about all these big bodies?
My hand is too full.
There's definitely some big ones. They did lose that Shroud of Concealment there because of how full the hand is for Corbett, but like you said, an extremely huge hand coming off the back here as well. He's going to start drawing out the cards here now with this Field Combat and all of these heavily discounted cards. So everything's coming to play here. The preparation as well, bringing back again that Penflinger as well. Does have another Swindle in hand just to continue doing it. There's the Garrote starting to come down as well. And perhaps this is exactly what Corbett's plan was as well, just to sort of get these benefits now. Obviously be able to play them out with the discounted cards from across the board here, but those are some big minions he's going to have to deal with and hopefully still be alive for.
Yeah, look, Corbett taking every inch of the available time right here, and, as we would encourage in a tournament setting, there's no point rushing your way through what could be, your last best turn chance to stay alive, but yeah, I mean, those chances are pretty slim, even for a player of established quality. It's just so much damage to have to deal for a deck that struggles at times to efficiently deal damage to minions even, right? Like, the rogue deck doesn't always have the best clears. It is more focused on its own game, and unfortunately here, just as you're looking to maybe start setting up a lethal couple of Garrotes, you get this thrown at you. Double Flesh Giant, the Gold Shire Knoll, even the big taunt as well. And yeah, Corbett not really able to deal with it satisfactorily there. The effects are still rolling through. You're not going to be taking that much damage immediately, but especially if HZ can follow up with, I don't know, Raise Dead and more large minions or something else this turn, you could really break the camel's back here. One more straw.
100% on that one as well. We can see now HZ is thinking through that next one. Won't have access to that Flesh Giant because it has been frozen away for the time being. I believe I'm having a little bit of thing here where we need to wait for a play to reconnect. I believe you have that
as
too.
well.
So
that's not good.
We'll wait to see what ends up happening here, but we have to just wait and be paused for a little bit. I'm sure the players will get back into it, but this is really big for HZ. I mean, HZ's in a good position still. We still has a number of cards there and win conditions that can be played a little bit later, but Corbett now I think is ready to actually just drop the ball and start really hitting hard. I think has survived most of the storm here, so perhaps we are going to be seeing this game come to a close soon once one of these players reconnect.
Well, hopefully, yeah, right? We obviously would hate to have to sort of take this match to adjudication some other way, especially if it was really getting to this, decisive turn, right? Neither player was really, truly out of it. They were both sort of accelerating their win conditions in hand, and HZ kind of goes forward with their opening gambit. We've seen this Warlock deck before. We know that that's not all that it has in the tank. So, yeah, I was excited to see whether or not Corbett would be able to navigate that one, but as it is, we're having a little bit of trouble.
What's also interesting as well, while I'm waiting for Corbett's next turn, and like you said, just waiting for a player to reconnect, we do see there's actually 3 tradable cards that are available. So, these cards can come in and be discounted. There's a number of things that can do. I mean, it's just interesting to see what is going to be the next play for Corbett here. I imagine it's probably just going to be the Garrotes to finish everything off and then shuffle them into deck to finish off directly afterwards. I haven't really seen the sequence get this far for the Rogue at this point. I've seen them obviously finish off, but never to the point where they're finally, completely milled themselves out of all of their cards and hands to get to that win condition, and then going up against an opponent like, this Warlock here, who's had a long time setting up, but is also relatively well accelerated throughout the hands.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's a tough hill to climb, but both players have the tools here. I obviously slightly favor the Warlock. It's just hard to argue with the amount of bodies that we just put on the board. But unless there's immediate lethal, if there's one more turn for Corbett, it's like I sort of identified turn 8 as like the big Garrote turn. The Garrotes are in hand, the discounts are out. You mentioned the tradable cards. Obviously, you can get further discounts by trading in those cutlasses. And yeah, I mean, we sort of saw with the quest page before, all you need is 1 point of life when you're this sort of direct damage combo deck, and that that extra turn is still an extra turn. You don't suffer any further penalties for how low your remaining life is. So that's probably what Corbett's aiming, where if not a full clear, then freeze up one guy, clear the other guy, live on 1 life, and now you really have to think hard about whether or not there's something relevant you can do to try and survive more effectively.
I think we've finally got some of the player back now, so I think we should be good to go. Just as we can see, the bit of a wait has over. I think one of the key things here is that choice of the Varden Dawngrasp. The ability to actually, whatever comes out of hand. Now, maybe we can do some real good damage to Corbett and then go for that setup, drop down a few extra minions and then obviously have the Battleground Master come in for those OTK setups directly afterwards. Those can actually just be slowed down immediately by this Varden Dawngrasp. As long as Corbett's counting is waiting relatively well, should be safe. So I feel like that's a card that I think you would just play regardless in the next turn here. And HC's looking to drop down that tour guard to possibly tap once again and get a few more answers. Maybe find a lethal if there's possible, but I don't think it's going to be this hand if it is.
Yeah, I mean, there's not that many cards left in deck, right? We're already below the 10 cards in deck threshold, which is the magic number they need to get to as the quest Warlock. So, we are legitimately just digging for answers, as you said, but none immediately forthcoming. And yeah, Corbett's position as the Rogue is pretty alright when you consider that Dawngrasp hasn't been played, and even more so, right? It's an off-class legend. You know that they generated like a mage minion, but this is still the lead. Like, you're never expecting this. You're never like playing against this Rogue deck thinking, oh, but what if they Varden Dawngrasp me? What do I do when all my stuff gets frozen? It's just not really on your brain, no matter how hard you try.
Yeah, I completely agree with that sense as well. Possibly thinking about using that efficient Octobot as well, just to get a little bit extra back in that efficiency when playing the rest of these cards here. Seems to be the place here. The Ethereal Og Merchant is the one that also is going to be the one that's going to be able to put that through, plus give the spell damage at the same time, as you can see. So here we go, all the cards now once again discounted as well. We'll take a bit of fatigue damage for the trouble in the process of everything here. Is also thinking about this other Ethereal Og Merchant at the same time. And we'll just continue to do that, just buff up the spell power. Another bit of fatigue damage down to 7 here now as well. Guild Trader now seems to be the next thought of play here. But all the cards directly afterwards should be within the mana curve, and here comes the Garrotes.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of fatigue damage to take, but luckily we're able to very quickly refill our deck here as we gun for lethal. Still got a few points of mana available. I don't know whether we're going to try and trade in for something here, but it seems most likely you just slam Dawngrasp, still have 7 life. It's a lot to deal with when your whole board of minions is just frozen like that. And as I said, you basically can't anticipate that. Okay, doesn't look like it's maybe necessary, yeah. I was wondering if that would be the case, but yeah, great setup.
Very good setup there. You could tell even Corbett had the well played just at the start before, had counted out that lethal, and I was looking at it, I'm like, I'm sure this is it. I think this is enough for the Garrote to come down and clean everything up, and sure enough, it did do it in the end there as well. So Corbett able to take out what feels like, it's the first match of these two players at this moment in time, I believe. Or has it just been so long that it's not the case? That was just a long one.
Yeah, this is
no, yes, Corbett won with the Hunter before.
Oh, yeah, sorry, so you meant in the match. I thought you said, well, they're definitely deeper into the bracket, but yeah, okay, so is that a 2-0 then?
That is a 2-0 as well.
Wow.
That is correct. Very quick play there by Corbett to come through in the end and get that win. Probably not quick play in the sense of that initial match. It was very drawn out. Took a little bit longer, of course, due to the disconnect there. So trying to think through. But yeah, Corbett was able to win beforehand with
the
face
Hunter.
Hunter.
It was sort of so absorbed in that rogue match. But because
we were counting. I think I counted like 4 times there before I could really think like, isn't it? I think it's that's definitely enough there. But I just want to see it be played just to make sure.
I mean, it adds up to how it went during that Hunter match, right? Take it back. For some reason, my brain dissociated that. It's like, oh yes, that was a different match. It was so long ago. But as methodically paced as that was with the disconnect, that was as expected, right? That you kind of exploited your opponent's lineup beautifully by selecting the Hunter first. And I feel like that's where you can't underrate the importance of obviously not just really great play and sequencing in the match, but also your deck selection for your lineup and how you strategize that lineup, how what you ban, what you play first, how you try and guarantee that you're the one on the better side of the 70-30 matchup.
I could not put that any better myself. Probably why Corbett is definitely the #1 seed right now for this tournament as well, showing us not only just sequencing in gameplay, but sequencing in card deck selection or actually putting in your first class selection. So that ends up being great play. But of course, we still have more Hearthstone action right up around the corner, guys. We're going to a quick break, so please do not go anywhere. And welcome back to the Hearthstone Open for week 4. Guys, we've got another interview ready and ready to roll pretty much soon up the back here. Pretty excited to bring that one up. So, without any further ado, someone we haven't had the chance to actually watch today, it's going to be Vexenite. So, Vexenite, are you there, mate? Can you hear us?
Yeah. Hey, guys, how you doing?
Doing great. I believe, Bart, I'm not going to speak for you, mate. How are you going?
I'm having a great time. We're seeing some incredible decks out here today. It's a pity we haven't gotten to watch you yet, but there was this one big priest deck that was really holding us up. So, hopefully have a chance to catch you later on, if not today, then in the finals, because you're qualified, mate. Well done.
Yeah, I can't believe it. Thank you, guys. Yeah, I thought I had to get all the way through, but I'm really excited to have made it all the way through. Thank you, guys. Yeah.
Unfortunately, we haven't had the actual pleasure of watching any of your games. So, you know what, with that being guaranteed, the fact that you've qualified means we will get to watch you very shortly after all of the other players have finished playing through. Can you tell us, do you have a particular style of player that you're looking to demonstrate, or are you just following the meta at the moment?
Oh, well, I'd say 2 out of my 3 decks are really aggressive because I've noticed, especially now, I'm glad I picked them because seeing everyone I've versed has had a Warlock deck, the Quest Warlock. And so I figured I expected that I'd be adversing at least one person who has that deck, and I was right. And so I've been going really aggressive decks to counter that one. I win that one, and then I'm happy to lose against any other deck because I get 2 shots at the other ones because my aggro decks have beat the Warlock decks every time, Yeah.
Well, I mean, I love to hear that kind of real deliberateness and purpose in lineup selection. A lot of players have different takes on that, and I'm surprised to hear you say that that's how you're countering the Warlock, because a couple of weeks ago when we saw the Warlock decks really dominate, we were talking to the players behind those. They sort of saw the Warlock deck as a counter to some of the aggro decks people playing, notably, the Pirate Warrior and the aggro Taunt Druid. It's got some of the best win rates there, at least at the time. Are you changing the composition of these aggro decks to go under it? Is it about the sequencing and how you play? What's making you so successful there?
I'm not sure really. I've been using the Elemental Shaman especially, actually. I found that one particularly effective. My Taunt Druid was sort of my backup. So I haven't actually had to go toe-to-toe with the Warlock using that deck yet. But I expected that was actually going to do good as well, to be honest. But luckily, I never had the misfortune to have to verse it, with Druid. So yeah, I've been using an Elemental Shaman, which just tries to get as much face damage in as possible, to the point where they're so low that they can't damage themselves to finish the quest. And yeah, that's just been my game plan versing the Warlock deck anyway.
Well, one of the things we found very interesting is, of course, with your warrior, you're not actually running the quest warrior. I believe you're running the Rattlegore,
No.
is that correct?
Yes,
Bit of
I
a bit
am.
of a big.
In fact, I don't own all the cards for that deck, and so I was pretty nervous, not gonna lie. So I had to do some sub-ins. Like, I don't have the Bulwark, I think that's what it's called, the weapon that lets you take damage away by losing a durability of it. And so I was quite nervous, but every opponent I versed has banned that deck, except the first one. So yeah, I've gotten quite lucky, because I guess they may have not really read the deck list or anything, but I thought I was going to be in big trouble with that one.
Well, sometimes it's just sort of the fear of the unknown, right? Like, there is certainly an edge. I mean, the Elemental Shaman is already a little bit off meta, but this Warrior deck, right? Outside of the ladder, I don't know if people are really used to seeing this in tournaments. It's definitely not the style of Warrior other people are playing. So if you're not prepared for this deck, there's probably some sudden doubts. Like, oh, actually, am I ready to fight this big Warrior deck? That's such a, you obviously the cowardly grunt. The game plan's so different to everything else people are doing right now. So you might just be getting some respect bans. Like, well, look, if you're confident enough to bring this, I don't want to mess with it. And whether or not you think that's justified, it's being part of a winning strategy today. So well done.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I prefer not to go with the run-of-the-mill decks, especially Pirate Warrior. I really don't like much. So much so that I enchanted the Pirate Quest when I did unlock it.
Going against the curve has definitely been working out.
Yeah, it really has. But yeah.
Now, also, we do have one final question for you today before we do let you go off and, of course, prepare for the final matches ahead of you. And this is what I'm asking all the players. Basically, it's a first week special, so everyone has to answer it. If you had the opportunity to join into this tournament again, would you jump into it?
Absolutely, yeah. It's been great fun. Yeah, I didn't expect to get this far, but I joined it because it looked like a great opportunity, have some fun, and I was right. Yeah, I would. Thank you for McDonald's for sponsoring it. I love your food.
Hey,
hey, going on through.
We didn't
even have to pay him for that. That's straight from his mouth on that one. So thank you very much, Vexanite, for your time on this one. Can't wait to see more of your action going ahead. And yeah, hope you have a great day.
Yeah, cheers, guys.
Fantastic. Well, thank you very much to Vexanite once again for that one, and a big congratulations in that sense. We still have a little preparation before we can bring you that next match. So, guys, please, we're moving to a very short break, and we'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone, to the Hearthstone Open, presented by Blizzard AEL, and of course, supported by Macca's. Vex and I giving us a bit of a throw out there. Delicious food being brought to you. Definitely the case there. I wouldn't mind grabbing some after this, after this day of play has played on through. Bard, what do you think?
Everyone's working up a sweat here, so obviously a big McDonald's lunch is going to help them sort of refuel, right? Because these long tournament days, they can be draining, and the most draining place to be, right, is the losers bracket. We've been talking to the players who've been qualified so far. They only had to win a couple of sets, right? Because they were able to, get through cleanly without dropping one and take one of these 3 slots. 2 of them are available to the winners bracket, but for that 3rd slot, if you drop a game, now you're on that long road to recovery, and we have 2 players who are almost there, right? King Viking and Anubinator, who we tuned into earlier, narrowly missed out. This is their last chance. Whoever wins this match secures the 3rd qualification slot for the New Zealand bracket. The other one goes home, sadly, empty-handed.
Yeah, unfortunately, there has to be, only a couple of winners at the end of the day that will make their way through. But of course, still a bit of a hope here for both of these players to see if they can make it on through. It is going to be King Viking with that Shaman, I believe, going up against Anubinator's Warlock. So let's see how this one plays out. Last time, I believe Anubinator didn't have the best of luck, so hopefully she can turn it around this time. Of course, there's going to be what looks of it to be that Demon or a Quest Hand Warlock coming into play here, and straight off the bat, King Viking will be playing that Menacing Nimbus.
Yeah, exactly. And look, based on what we were, just discussing, right, with our other qualifier, this should be a winning matchup for King Viking, right? And that seems to have been the meta shift. As the cycle turns, people play this Quest Warlock to prey upon maybe the Taunt Druid, if not the Pirate Warrior, and other sort of mid-rangey things. And then we see players go back to this Shaman deck to try and combat that. And, a great point was made. What does this Warlock deck do about the Doomhammer burst, right? It's sort of defending itself with lifesteal-based removal and maybe just superior-sized threats. But you don't really have anything against getting smacked in the face for 16.
No, it's really hard for them to go for it. Of course, it really does come down to actually maybe playing through most of the cards in your deck to get those scavengers or those Baron scavengers heavily discounted and have a little bit of a shield before the Doomhammer does come down. But it is going to be up to King Viking to actually make sure that that is realized as well, and already having a 5/4 on hand here means they can start putting some damage towards that face. So Anubinator needs to find a way to clear away most of the board. They will use the armor vendor here as well, just to give armor to both of them. Of course, happy to get the extra armor and just give it away at this point, because it is all about lasting or outlasting the Shaman at the end of the day.
Yeah, and Anubinator actually has some interesting tech, right? This is not 100% the stock Warlock list everyone else is running. We've got an Ultra of Fire in there, just trying to make sure you don't get caught on that awkward turn we've seen a couple of these Warlock players unfortunately run into. We are slightly shy of that 10 cards left in deck threshold you need to find. There's
I mean, the Moog Artificer in hand right now is already one of the things as well that sort of is a bit different, that you typically don't see in the Quest Hand Warlock.
But that's been discovered by something, right?
No, I believe that's actually played, isn't it?
Oh yeah, no, sorry. I for some reason I had the wrong Warlock deck selected. Yeah, no, you're completely correct. Yeah, this is a bit of a funky deck. It's so they have the Moog Artificer and the Mana Feeder Panthara. So yeah, a slightly different mid game, going Rune Mithril Rod as well. So this is taking a really different approach to the quest. It's not about discounting those giant minions like the other decks are. It's more about, clearing with spell combos. And maybe that's a reaction again to this Elemental Shaman or to aggro in general. But again, still no answers to the Doomhammer.
Yeah, that Storm Strike just so effective at clearing away the board, while at the same time really buffing up this Shaman. So as you can see, there also has another Doomhammer in hand as well. So even if this does get used up, it's still going to be able to be another option available to perhaps find that lethal if possible. Of course, it's another 10 damage that can come down unless there is something to sort of at least sustain back up. As you can see, it's going to have to be their own minions here as well. It's going to drain the soul of that Panthara to bring it back. And we'll tap once again to bring it into that 15 HP, but still discount all of these cards in hand now, which means there should be some options here, but it's really tough. I mean, those Bloodshard Bristlebacks are typically what you use to actually bring something back, but there's no minions to actually draw off that. So let's see if King Viking decides to actually drop that down and recognize, hey, these Bloodshard Bristlebacks may be a way for Anubinator to remain relatively safe throughout this match, or do I actually, just look to go straight with straight with my hammer here, go straight to the face here, and not give an opportunity to actually soak back some life?
I guess the challenge is like, do you expect there to be some play out of a Nubinator that bursts you down if you take slightly longer to set up your own lethal by not committing a minion? I guess that's a moot point now. We do play out Primal Dungeoneer, able to draw in a couple of different spells, finding a Storm Strike, so that's pretty smart. You could blow up your own minion here if you're committed to that, but it does look like we have determined to stop the Muag Artificer. Of course, that would enable an even more powerful Drain Soul onto, your own minion. So, whichever choice you make, you're leaving a Numinator some chance to heal herself back up more powerfully. And look, if any Warlock deck is going to survive in this situation, it is a Nubinator, right? Not every Warlock deck is packing these armor vendors or these additional, lifesteal effects as this one is, but still, this is a tough spot. 5 life against a Doomhammer and a half at this point. That's still so much face damage. You just do not have effective counters for.
Yeah,
Life
we can see
tapping.
Yep. Sorry, I'll let you finish off. That's all good.
Oh no! That was I fell into play-by-play there because this is such a critical turn. But I mean, there's not much else to say, is there?
Yeah, exactly right. It pretty much is the case here. And he said Numinator's like, yep. I think this is just not going to be working out for me in this case. And does, of course, just life tap on through. Actually, not really life tap, but will use the ability to take some damage and, of course, forfeit their life in that scenario. So, of course, there's still going to be another round here. That Elemental Shaman, definitely strong. I've actually seen it slowly rising up, not just in terms of this tournament, but in the metadata as well. I mean, at one point, it was sitting around a 51, 52% rate. Now up to roughly around 55%. So definitely looking pretty strong in that tier 2 of the metadata, and you can see why these Warlocks were being pretty effective before, but people are beginning to figure out the like you said, the sequencing, adding in their own little technical cards, and if you just roll high, things can sometimes not go your way. So unfortunately for a Nubinator, is going to lose that initial match there, but of course still has the opportunity to work the way back into it.
Yeah, you'd have to hope that the next matchup's a little bit better, right? It is going to be the Warrior deck that at least is sort of a bit more of a known quantity. That one was certainly around when these Warlock decks were dominating, and you assume that this is going to be a winnable matchup for the Warlock at least. I don't know about favored, but winnable, certainly. Compared to the Elemental Shaman, which, I mean, we're suddenly seeing every player running it for a reason. That just looks like a devastatingly bad fight for this Warlock deck. And even some of the others, right? Like this Demon Hunter deck was banned out. It's not the usual Demon Hunter, though. If you have these sort of lifesteal dependent decks or minion clear focus decks that are really interested in battling, the Quest Warrior, the aggro Taunt Druid, that sort of thing, you got no luck against the kind of aggro list being busted out by King Viking in the Face Hunter and, of course, that Ellie Shaman. So now the more typical deck, the Warrior, which was banned out, permanently in the last couple of weeks, it feels like, suddenly becomes the safe port in a storm. This is the matchup you want, weirdly.
Yeah, well, crazy that sense of it. Nothing too unexpected happening right off the bat. It is going to be just, both of them playing their quests, then using some minions, dropping on through to further them down the line. One's going to be a tap, one's going to be a pirate being played, and everything going across it. Now, Man the Cannons, this is something we've discussed before, is now actually becoming a bit more of the meta. We're starting, a lot more players start to play this instead of the Rancor instead, and that's just because it gives you, I believe, like you said, a lower cost in terms of what it comes to, more damage there, a bit of a scalpel approach to this particular quest or pirate warrior.
I feel like this is an evolution we could have even called, right? Because we've seen at least 2 matches on stream where a warrior player had the Rancor Barrow combo, right? Theoretically, that's the high roll when you're playing Rancor in the deck. You can reduce the whole board to 1 health, and then you clear it out. You gain a ton of armor, right? And like if you have a lot of armor, that's when you can actually leverage the Leviathan, right? Normally, we see the game end quite quickly one way or the other afterwards, but the deck can play a longer game if you get that down. But that's a lot of what ifs, and we've seen matches where players draw Barrow and they're like, I would do anything right now for this to be a pirate. Or they, they draw a Rancor and a Barrel, but they were ahead, and they're like, actually, I don't really want a sweeper in this situation, right? You are more of an aggro-focused deck, and even if you weren't typically the fastest deck in the field, you've got plenty of, damage that you can direct out of your minions, plenty of ways to trade effectively to stay alive. So I like that they've gone to a sort of lower cost, more flexible, and critically sort of more damage dealing removal spell that's got a lot of potential to kill specific minions in the mirror.
Absolutely, and I think at the same time as well, when you take into account, hey, we need this critical combination, does it seem it's going to be like you need at least 2 different cards to make it work. With this case, all you need is the 1, right? If it draws out of it, you got a much higher chance of actually drawing out one of these cards instead of looking to get 2 different cards in the iteration. So it ends up working out in that advantage as well. And again, when you are a relatively quick deck, in most cases, if a player is able to get through your quick deck and build up such a sizable force that you need a Rancor and Barrow combination, you've probably run out of your initial gas anyway.
Yeah, I mean, look, the Rancor armor sounds really exciting, but there's a lot of decks that don't play minions at all. The decks that do play minions probably are overkilling you in a lot of situations. They're not really that concerned about you getting 4, 6, 8 armor even, right? And if that Rancor, or especially the Rancor Barrow combo, taking up a few slots in your deck and costing so much mana as it does, if that delays your quest completion by even a turn, which you could easily do, right? You've saved the cost of a pirate by trading down to the cheaper man the cannons removal. That's the game, right? Like the turn you manage to flip that quest on is just so critical.
Yeah, we've even seen it to the point that having those man the cannons means that you're able to survive long enough to actually just go straight for a smite kill. You don't even need to complete the quest line. As long as you actually just have the board relatively clear enough and that you've managed to do enough damage across the board, because maybe clearing out that board a little earlier or maintaining that tempo on board means you get a few extra hits towards the face, especially in those mirrors. It really begins to show its value in a different way.
Yeah, and a Nubinator here, like, holding on as a result of the defensive bent of this deck, right? Like, another Warlock would be dead in this situation, most likely. I mean, it's hard to say, right? Because the other quest hand Warlocks tend to sort of more depend on high-rolling their way into sort of a heavily discounted giant minion. You typically buffer your life indirectly by that. But all of these cheap defensive cards are showing their worth here against this, quest warrior. The armor vendors really showing their stuff, helping to offset that life loss. And now we are, sort of effortlessly taking over the board even after that really strong look that King Viking had set up.
Yeah, now with everything said and done, 32 HP for King Viking, 19 for a Nubinator, and a very healthy hand also behind that as well. So looking pretty good, or I imagine she'd be very happy with the situation that she's in at this point. King Viking still has plenty of gas, though, that can be thrown out here, so can actually just jump in. Is going to hit towards the face here in this case here. Happy to let, obviously, that Whetstone do its stuff there. We'll also bring into the mix here this Stonewall Anchorman just to get some extra control onto the field here. Finally using that coin that's been sitting there for the past 6 turns there, just to get that Harbor Scamp in and continue pushing forward in this quest line.
Yeah, that's worth coining out, right? You're like, oh, coined out a 2-2. It's like, no, coined out my quest completion on turn 6. That's pretty optimal stuff. And that's playing that expensive Stonewall Anchorman, right? Like, being able to maintain board control like this, sort of, it's been Viking at least forcing the tempo every turn, demanding answers from Nubinator. That's very strong. And sort of not a moment too soon, right? Because over on the other side of the board, Nubinator completes her quest. And I was going to say, this is a really, really quest-focused Warlock build, right? The other deck is also quest Warlock, but often it wins without flipping the quest. It feels like a backup plan. Whereas this deck kind of seems to be leaning on, the quest and Blackborn Tamsin much more heavily.
We do have a Touch of Nathamrazine as well being used as well, just to clear the way of the board here. Another Grimoire of Sacrifice to get rid of these Panthers. That will clear away another member, but the Stonewall Anchorman will still sit there nice and strong, but I think King Viking now is ready to ramp up, has a few of those combination cards ready, the Foxtail Freebooter or Shivered Their Timbers. Also, we'll be able to drop down that Captain Rakara, and that seems to be the hubber for the time being. Thinking about the Foxtail Freebooter first, so that will be the first initial drop here, and we'll clear away with, of course, with the face there by the hero, but here comes Captain Rakara here, and this is what we've been waiting for when these pirate warriors get into the mix.
Yeah, King Viking sort of taking time there a little bit. Don't want to rush anything in such an important match, right? Your last chance, everything on the line. But from a sort of neutral, just game state evaluation point of view, that's the easiest decision in the world, right? You're way ahead on life. You're significantly ahead on board. You have the Rakara on curve early. Now, however long the game drags out, you are, at least for your deck, optimally scaling. Because, yeah, here we go. Already the free value. The 3/3 Outriders axe. That's a great pull. The Defiers Cannoneer as well. Just laying it on thick right now.
Yeah, everything just coming through. You can really see that Juggernaut just generating value right off the back here. Nubinator still has 20 HP to play with, though.
I mean, You're getting shot by the Cannoneer. Something's going to probably spray hit the minion. There's 10 damage from the weapon Recaro alone. It's another potentially
Counting.
16 from the Cannoneer. Is there any way? There's no way to push face, but you're going to be able to clear out with... Okay, man the cannons, not shiver the timbers, saving that for a larger target. Weapon to +1 attack. It's probably not quite lethal, but this is going to be perilously low, right? We heard just, you know, again in the winner's interview before, if you put the Warlock too low to self-damage, that's already a huge win, right? We're still 6 self-damage off getting that critical Blightborn Tamsin questline reward. How do you intend to pull that off when you're so pressured?
Yeah, we can see as well, I mean, that Ruined Mithril Rod in play there, 3 HP, gets Hand of Gul'dan, has the Nightshade Matron here, so that seems to be the play on this. Will throw that in, does get a Mortar Coil, does of course get the Grim of Sacrifice. So that's actually going to be able to pull things across and discount all of these cards heavily. Let's see what ends up being the play.
I mean...
It's just so much to get through.
We do have a Bloodshard Bristleback again in hand, so that's very key, obviously. You need to be able to lifesteal a bit. 3 life is not going to be good enough. I think between that and the Grimoire
Can
of
sacrifice it, and that will clear everything.
You don't want to sacrifice. That's your lifesteal minion, though. You kind of need to be greedy here, and it's going to be Armor Vendor. So the healing coming through, right? Nubinator, her deck construction, trying its level best to bail her out here. We want to try and preserve the lifesteal if possible, because we're going to need more healing after this, right? The Juggernaut is not done. Even if you theoretically full clear this board, you can't clear away that Juggernaut pirate ship. Is just going to chill there for the rest of the game and put on massive pressure. So maximum healing coming out, where we've at least healed up now enough to resolve the quest line, but it won't be until next turn that we threaten to actually do that, and there may even be another turn before Tamsin comes down. It's going to have to be that fatigue kill.
Ooh, no smite, so that's one thing at least going the way of Illuminator in this case here. As you can see there, is going to use that Shiver Their Timbers to clear out the lifesteal, basically leave no available options here. Of course, Dal has the Drain Soul the next turn here, and then we can see here the Stormwell Anchorman comes out, but no rush will be used just for the time being.
Yeah, this is a really tight situation. Like, not only do you have to do so much work in order to make this Tamsin sort of function as a sort of main win condition rather than the backup, but your opponent is sitting on a very casual 36 total life right now. So even if you can get to there, and that boosted lifesteal from the Moag Artificer is going to help, there you have to kind of hang in there for a lot of turns. There's obviously the card draw from Hand of Gul'dan and Backfire is intended to burst down the opponent there, but you will need all of that firepower to combo out King Viking, and you know, passing even one turn against this Pirate Warrior right now could be death, right? Every card off the top could be smite.
Oh,
that's nearly as good.
Nearly there, but I don't think it's enough. Is it enough?
With the South Sea Captain? No, it's not even close, but it's going to be a lot of pressure.
I mean, look, the other thing to take into account here, that fatigue has set in. So
yes,
that of course becomes a problem here. Nubinator still hovering those cards. I mean, the Backfire, Hand of Gul'dan, it's damn tough on the side here as well. He's going to use that armor up. I mean, look at that. The thing is, at the end of the day, even if you do have a lot of damage that you can follow through directly afterwards, all the cards now are being played by King Viking. You still have to get through what is essentially 38 HP, and of course, with fatigue on the back barrel as well. That will complete the ritual. So let's see what happens when this Blightborn Tamsin comes onto the field.
Yeah, well, I mean, the fatigue is at this point your ally, right? You need to be in fatigue for this to work. This is the whole game plan. But, yeah, now this is tough. You have potentially, 6 draws here? But unfortunately, this is not a situation where your draws are drawing you into more draws like most combo decks. These are just burn spells.
I mean, you can see that's going to be the case here. The Hand of Gul'dan is coming on through. It's a lot of damage coming on through from the fatigue, like you mentioned here.
There's no mana left to play the hand. I don't know. Can you trigger the Rune Mithril Rod without drawing card? It seems not.
No, you can't.
I wasn't certain of that interaction. I thought maybe the Phantom draws would count and get the discount there on the hand, but not so. And yeah, Mortal Coil could have maybe drawn one more card, but the sheer life total that Viking had managed to scale up to just made things impossible. And even at the end, they're generating the Bulwark, insult to injury. So King Viking taking it down.
Yeah, basically a 2-0 there. Unfortunately for Anubinator, she wasn't able to get there, falling down at the very end there. But a congratulations to King Viking is definitely in order, able to jump on through with that 2-0. And you could really see, though, the signs of life from Anubinator, but there's the Quest Warrior deck doing as intended there. Very quick plays there, of course, like you mentioned, being able to get Rakara on turn 6. Obviously not played, but have it in hand. Definitely very efficient, basically right on the mark then. Was able to handily dispatch from that.
Yeah, like Anubinator, I really respect the deck building decisions. You can see that she's thought a lot about the not only the classes being brought, but like the variants of those classes. I'm kind of sad we didn't get to see the cool mashup Demon Hunter, sort of big death rattle as you dubbed it. That was banned out repeatedly. Opponents giving that a lot of respect. And even this Warlock list, like obviously we didn't see it succeed. It had some tough matchups in that match we just watched. I feel like there are, even if you aren't sort of going to completely depart from the standard style, there are some improvisations here. A lot of those defensive cards that I feel like could easily be teched into the hand quest warlock list if people continue to target it as heavily as we've seen this week. So, the fruits of innovation are always there to be taking. It's just sad that Illuminator wasn't able to qualify through, sort of have that second chance later on in this league. But of course, those slots have to go to someone. King Viking absolutely earning it there. Really sick deck lists, in their own lineup. And, congratulations. Hopefully we can get them on the line soon.
Yeah, could not put that any better myself. And like you said, we still have some more Hearthstone action coming up and a few more interviews as well. So, guys, we'll be going to a break so we can bring that all to you. Please don't go anywhere. And welcome back to the Hearthstone Open here, presented by Blizzard AEL and, of course, supported by Macca's. Thank you so much for your patience while we're getting everything ready and waiting for you. We should have the players. It's going to be Faded Falcon up against Jumping Lion. Love those names. Bard, what do you reckon is going to happen in this one?
I reckon we're going to see a brawl of fur and feathers. I find it so funny. These like names are matched up against each other, but for you, these names are a bit more meaningful. I heard you were a little bit sad earlier in the cast briefly. You sort of heard that Falcon had fallen down to the lower bracket. Clearly some familiarity there. I know you've got a bit more history of some of these players than I do, but good to see that Falcon, actually did not bomb out of the tournament, but has now managed to sneak through all the way into this play-in match, right? This is another winner takes the final invite, and in this case really is the final invite to the champion stage of this league. So for everything, the Falcon Lion playoff match.
Yeah, what's really cool about this tournament, and I feel because it is, one's in the Victoria brackets, one's in New Zealand brackets. I've seen two players that I've known who performed pretty well in the past, pretty much make it right down to the wire. Right, I was going to say right down to the lion. That's definitely not a saying at all. But in this case, right down to the wire. And unfortunately for Illuminator, she didn't make it through. But maybe we'll get to see it happen with Faded Falcon. Perhaps we get to see something a little bit different this time around. And I am looking at their decks here. They haven't done the bans just yet, but they are just doing their warm up matches. And it is all going to be the fact here. It's going to be for Faded Falcon. He does have the face hunter, I think it's a Secret Libram Paladin, and of course, what seems to be the Quest Rogue.
Both these players have some weird deck lists. On the other side, Jumpy Lion has Aggro Paladin, or Buff Paladin at least, and then also, some sort of Aggro Rogue as well. It looks like this is definitely not the Garrot Rogue. Poison Rogue. I've never seen this deck.
Yeah, this particular one here is actually, it's a very aggressive rogue type that's actually got a bit of a thing to it. You're looking to buff up your weapons and then using, of course, the cutting glass and everything across to do some crazy damage. So this one's definitely one of the more older decks that we've had from before, but it's going to be a very different lineup to what we had, and we are jumping into it now. I'm not sure even what the bans are just yet, but we seem to be jumping straight into the action, and I'm going to quick look to see what was actually banned away from both of these players. Looks like for Jumping Lion, banning away the Paladin for Faded Falcon. On the flip side, Faded Falcon has banned away the Druid here, so it's going to be a Hunter Rogue versus Hunter Paladin matchup.
Yeah, so both players sort of losing their more established archetype, right? Secret Libram Paladin has been like the ban magnet. Obviously, not a lot of players that keen to play against Aggro Taunt Druid at all this season if they can help it. So we are going to get to see the spice. And here, look at this. The Buff Paladin deck ready to have a pretty strong opener, coin in hand. High roll draw there of McGurgle. I mean, what do you think about this deck? Like, what sort of potential are you looking for here? Can you outrace Face Hunter?
I mean, that's literally what you're looking for. You definitely have a lot of different healing in their secrets as well to sort of like just keep yourself alive at this point in time. But this is definitely also, with this Face Hunter that's come to play a little bit different to what we've seen before as well. As you can see, the aim shots are in hand there, quick shots as well. It's a bit of an older version of it, but that Doggy Biscuit coming out big as well and really buffing up this Intrepid Initiate right off the bat. So putting Jumping Lion straight into pressure.
Yeah, exactly. It's interesting, right? Because on the one hand, this is a Paladin deck full of buff minions that stealth minions that you're able to safely buff up and convert those powerful Paladin spells into guaranteed face damage. But then at the same time, you're met with, a buffed one drop out of the opposing deck. It's even more sizable than yours there. That even the Divine Shield hit from the upgraded Sneaky Delinquent unable to fully clear that Intrepid Initiator. Now, Aim Shot going to gun it down, and we're going to go for even more damage. So a really strong opening from Faded Falcon in a matchup that is, again, a pure race.
And you can see here as well, we do have the Carrier Warhorse coming in. Definitely going to be trading out against an Initiate. And it's going to have that little thing a little bit. We'll have the Skulker come to as well. And like you said, it seems to be, this stealth buff Paladin coming to play. Not a taunt at all, but there will be a taunt coming down with a Righteous Protector here. Just to sort of protect, I guess you could say, against the initial damage coming into it as well. But Faded Falcon is just following through. The Trampling Rhino also coming across. So that's going to be buffed in essence as well. A lot of different things working out for Faded Falcon with the draws that are coming into play.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the Warsong Wrangler are obviously insanely powerful, and the two top-end minions for this Hunter deck really feel like they're going to be the difference maker here, right? Like the Trampling Rhino, obviously for forcing out damage, and then, of course, the Actually, this deck doesn't play the pets, I suppose. So we don't necessarily have a taunt at the top of the curve here for the Hunt deck. So that could be an issue when you consider the burst damage that's kind of capable. If you put the, obviously here Blessing of Authority is in hand for Jumpy Lion. Ideally you throw that down on a cheap stealth minion the turn you play it. The next turn it becomes possible to attack for 8, 9, 10 damage off that single minion alone, let alone anything else. And there is a Divine Shield Taunt, Righteous Protector here holding down the fort. So board control seized back suddenly by the Paladin deck, and Faded Falcon has to really think how to efficiently break this down here, because just the Rhino by itself, as strong of a swing that is not going to, it's going to take a couple of turns to really finish this game off, and you want to make sure you don't overcommit to any one minion here that's not going to get you over the line.
You can see here, the seems is going to be the piercing shot here just to get through as well. Of course, deals 2 damage to Jumping Line and clears it out, but these minions are so sticky here coming across from this Paladin deck. Now that they've managed to stay in, they've still got those Divine Shields. You can see that Taunt's definitely going to be very annoying here. And Faded Falcon trying to look for options that can efficiently clear this away without giving
Just
up too much of that face damage.
Okay, puts that on the non-Divine Shield minion. Kind of interesting. I mean, obviously, you would consider that by making your Carriel's Warhorse a 9/9, it probably doesn't need a Divine Shield. But yeah, definitely making some choices here, preparing a difficult board and setting up that 2-turn lethal, because of course you have Mr. Smite in hand as well, a boon to all aggressive decks everywhere. Maybe what's inspired Jumpy Lion's lineup in the first place, and that looks to be paying off here, because yeah, you can hit awfully hard here. Probably not an immediate lethal, but it's are you afraid of dying on the crackback at 14 life? Your opponent can't double Rhino. Even with the double buff now onto those Rhinos, they're probably not hitting hard enough to actually clear the game here, especially with a Divine Shield on your Taunt minion. So could potentially, doesn't go for it with Smite.
I think that Knight coming through actually is going to be a bit of a detriment here, because I mean that is a lot of damage that can come out. You've even got the aim shot as well to really buff up your hero power as well. Yes, you've managed to deal a decent amount of damage. Now that Blessing of Authority would be nice to have. I would have kind of preferred it on the Knight here, because he can actually kill with that Trampling Rhino.
Can you get it done though when your Trampling Rhino? It still has to attack a 9/9 Taunt minion, right? And the trample is based on the excess damage. So
yes, yeah,
we get down to
that's good in that sense. Yeah, you realized it.
Had to actually use the buff there, not offensively, but realized that actually it doesn't matter what I play this turn, because I'll still have lethal next turn. What's important is that I don't die to the one card in my opponent's deck that'll let them do enough burst damage, and that's the double buff rider. You kind of saw the double Warsong Wrangler with no buff beast afterwards. At that point, you've sussed out what it's going to be, and really smart usage of that buff there. That Divine Shield told me there was just no answer. So, man, what a meta call is this? Maybe the deck we're going to see 100 of next week in everyone's lineups.
I mean, it possibly be the case. You can see it's definitely an interesting deck. You're trying to figure out, well, what's actually going to be the counter for the way that this one actually operates in terms of what it does. I can't think of anything off the top of my head here, but definitely did deal with Faded Falcon's Hunter very effectively there in that sense. So we're going to be moving into it. It's now going to be Jumping Lion Rogue going up against Faded Falcon's Hunter here. Again, a bit of a different twist that we expected to for this Rogue here in terms of what's been traditionally played, where it's normally been, those Garrote Rogues coming into the mix is not going to be the case this time around.
Yeah, I have to consider it'd be really interesting to weigh the strengths and weaknesses of the two decks, right? Like, perhaps this deck seems like it's probably slightly more consistent in terms of damage output. You don't need to assemble this elaborate arrangement of conditions, this very perfect game state before you can burst your opponent down. But at the same time, I imagine that the Garrote Rogue probably has a slightly higher ceiling. So, yeah.
I'm just looking to see him in this deck again, and it's what's interesting. Normally when you see these sort of lineups of cards, typically it was played with the self-sharpening blade. That was normally what it was, and you'd really be buffing it up. But obviously not being played here by Jumpy Lion in this lineup, so it's definitely an interesting rogue that comes into it. Maybe it is similar to some of the other mage decks I've been seeing floating around, not actually running the quest mage, but just being a nice good mid-range tempo deck coming into the play. Probably looking to have the same sort of iteration here with this rogue deck.
Yeah, I mean, look, we've seen how well the Elemental Shamans have been doing, and it's mostly off the back of having Doomhammer in there, right? Like, just really powerful weapon damage output. So this might be seizing on whatever the same conditions are that are making those cards good. Probably make these cards good as well. Drawing the second card in class, not like 100% ideal here. I'm sure you would rather have drawn one of your poisons, but, you know, gets the attack off, clears the board. Okay, there's Paralytic Poison right there. So, yeah, what I'm interested in here is, like, normally I would have expected, as you said, sort of a high durability weapon. You really want to maximize the impact of all these weapon buffs, but you don't seem to have that available, at least for now.
Well, that being said, though, you can see Feathered Falcon right off the bat being very quick once again, just putting out a lot of damage straight to the face. Green jumping lane down to 24. Preparation comes into play to make those cards a little bit more efficient here. Cunning Glass already in hand, but typically you want to see just a little bit later there. Like you said, that Poison's down, the Swindle's there as well. The Plies Plunderer is in play as well, and it looks like it's going to be the Swindle to follow through afterwards just to keep on drawing out some more cards.
Yeah, really wants to maximize the prize plunderer there, I imagine. So we're gonna again go for a bit of a defensive clear. That consumes our weapons. So yeah, it's a very interesting setup out of this rogue deck. I don't even know if there's any other weapons in the deck, so we're just gonna be relying on the hero power, I suppose, in combination with these weapon buffing cards.
We can see here now it is going to be Feathered Falcon just dropping down, of course, the Muscle Club that was generated from the Adorable Infestation. That's going to easily deal with the Penfinger there with the Guardian Augmentation. That's the first time I've seen the Guardian Augmentation actually kill another card. Okay, I probably haven't seen it, but typically it comes across here. But here comes the Swine Tusk Shank. After you play a poison, you get that extra durability. And this is where it comes across. They're just going to be continuing to drop those on. As you can see here, we'll now jump in and get that damage dealt there, and we'll actually still be relatively immune to damage at this point in time as well. So it's going to be able to use it to continuously clear the board and get that extra damage.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense, right? That was sort of the missing bit. Somehow I overlooked that in the deck list, right? The Swine Tusk Shank. I mean, this is a pretty cool build around for the deck. The question is, like, right, you're just getting absolutely pummeled. So this seems like maybe this is the deck you put in the lineup to counteract something like, you know, the Warlock list, or this is like your anti-control deck. But Fated Falcon banning really well took out the Druid, right? Your second aggro list. So you've kind of split that, you know, two anti-aggro, sort of one anti-control list lineup in half, and you're going to try and sort of beat each half in the matchup where you're favored. That being said, maybe Jumpy Line's got the clear here. We can maybe recur Prize Plunderer, mop up a couple minions, and start to take over the game with some really big shank hits.
Definitely a possibility in that sense. As you can see, there has 3 durability. Of course, the Warsong Wrangler is an option here. Looks like it's going to be the efficient Octobot first into the Shadow Step, so I think it's just going to look to see what can actually get some more efficiency in the near future from that one there and clear away the board as per normal.
Okay.
That's Penfinger coming down. Nope, just going to be shuffled back.
Interesting. Well, the cutting classes are now fully discounted, so if we had some sort of game plan that involved like a huge action over turn, Jumpy Lion is pretty much there. So I can't imagine it gets that much better for this deck. Maybe, you know, there's only a single, but there's a Cloak of Shadows in this deck, so perhaps they're able to draw into that and, you know, buy another turn of time, because right now, obviously, Face Hunter doing what Face Hunter does is starting to really squeeze the live turtle. There's the Mr. Smite again, very Mr. Smite happy lineup out of Jumpy, and we're drawing even deeper here.
Yeah, as you can see, just grabbing more and more. A few more poisons coming into it as well, which is nice. That can be used for the next Swine Tusk if he just chooses to play. But of course, that durability continuing to get value is going to be nice there as well. And as you can see, this is a lot happening here at the moment, but I'm looking at Jumping Lion. It's like, yeah, it's nice to actually have a buffed up weapon. Yeah, you've got quite a few cards in hand, but you're down to 17 HP. Feathered Falcon's board is starting to get relatively wide. He can continue to do a lot of damage to face here. So has got that steady shot in place here. Has got the Renling's Rifle as well. Things looking like things might get a little bit more dicey. Can use that to get more traps into play as well. Just really not liking the position of Jumping Lion at the moment, but Fated Falcon's looking really good considering.
Yeah, I mean, we're discounting their hand here, which is important, right? Because you need to play all these poisons for value. But yeah, we have to start going face. This is the problem with like such a weapon-dependent deck. If you don't have some way to like apply the damage of that weapon to all minions, for instance, you've got one attack a turn, and you need to both race and control the board, so you don't get outscaled in that race by just playing minions and buffing them. So this seems very much like it's not meant to really fight against aggro decks, but you have the potential to get the burst down. You have the Mr. Smite available. Unfortunately, by playing minions out, you sort of turned on the enemy charging rhinos, but yeah, we'll see whether maybe there's some miraculous way to pull this one out of the bag, but Jumpy Lion on the precipice.
Yeah, we can see there it's just going to throw out some extra traps here. Of course, being concealed means you're unable to actually get that benefit here, so pretty decent turn in that sense, able to maintain most of that health total still, so still on 15 HP, but now that we have moved around to the next turn here, time to see what Jumping Lion's whole plan is on this one. That you can see continuing to keep that Swine Tusk Shank in play there. We'll be able to go in for a direct hit to the face here. Freezing Trap only ever works for minions there, so of course at the moment there, Jumping Lion knows or has a pretty good idea what actually is going to be that trap there in terms of going forward, and then going to the face is relatively safe for the hero.
Yeah, I think Jumpy Lion just really realizing this is sort of the last most critical turn and having to think about whether there's a way out here. The prep, unfortunately, doesn't do much here. You're just sort of a turn behind the curve of where you need to be of damaging your opponent, right? Shroud, okay, is Penflinger good enough here?
I mean, it'd be nice in that sense there. Mr. Smite is coming down as well,
Whoa.
so it looks like it's...
Oh, we've got Shadow Step, but we can't... You can't replay this, right? No, there's no matter available. I mean, that would be a nasty play, but we don't, even with the discounts that were already on Smite, that much is not available. I think that must have been what all the counting was about. We're going to Freezing Trap here, so bounce the Blood Cell Raider back to hand. That's really unfortunate. That would have, that have been the kill. We got 6. Yeah, it would have.
Yeah,
so,
that would have been enough there, but that,
I mean,
yeah, exactly.
went for
that
it,
the rifle.
How sad.
Comes out huge there. Another Freezing Trap. No hesitation and dropping that one down again, realizing it came to save life. And as you can see there, has the leaf on the back here. So Feathered Falcon able to bring one back in this case. That means it's going to be one apiece for both of these players for the time being. So that means that we are going to go to what's going to be the final match here. Having a quick look at what's available for the decks. Jumping Lion still has to use a Rogue. It's a Rogue Mirror, yeah. Well, not really a Rogue Mirror, I guess. There are definitely different lineups in terms of what's being brought here. And again, what's really interesting is the fact that it's not your typical rogues. We're seeing a lot of Quest Rogue or Garrote Rogue here. It is a Quest Rogue here for Faded Falcon in that sense, but we haven't seen much Quest Rogue throughout this tournament.
There's been a few players who registered it. It's just typically been banned or they haven't made it onto the stream. But this is a deck that is sort of thereabouts, right? Certainly known. It's not, a completely rogue outsider deck that doesn't really have respectable matchups. It's playable. It's there. There's certainly a bit more doubt around this Poison Rogue, but I mean, it's run this deep in the tournament, and yeah, I think it definitely has some advantageous matchups against these slower Quest decks, right? And I feel like Quest Rogue is one of those slower decks. It doesn't put on as much pressure, certainly as the Face Hunter we just saw. So this might be Jumpy Lion's best chance. Certainly going to be their last chance.
Well, let's see how it all plays out here. Again, this is, as you mentioned before, it's all or nothing at this point. You do need to get this win here in order to qualify for the finals here. It is going to be 2 rogues, 2 different decks, and in that losers bracket between Jumpy Lion and Faded Falcon. Faded Falcon, a returning member of the competition, was part of the Uni Cup at one point in time here. Now for the Hearthstone Open. Jumping Lion, haven't seen him play before, so glad to get them onto the stream as well. And again, you really want to continue through this tournament. There is fantastic prizes up for grabs here in terms of the amount of packs that you can get. So really, just qualifying means you will getting access to one of those packs. And also being able to get into first place means you get access to over 200. So really a lot of on the line here.
Okay, yeah, there's definitely a lot to play for. Yep, I'd love that many packs, but obviously they're working hard for it.
Like I said, just imagine at the end of the show, you're just watching them just open the packs, at the very end of it. That would be good, like 200 packs. I think that can play through a lot of credits.
Now, we should go back around. It was a non-standard deck. So we did just watch this Poison Rogue, and obviously the Swine Tusk Shank in hand from the opener. This looks like a better hand in terms of, your curve, right? We've got the weapon immediately available. The Blood Cell Raider's there from the start instead of being picked up really late in the piece. But over on the other side, right, this Quest Rogue. all about the SI7 cards. So of course you got the classic SI7 agent. You got a lot more besides though, and ways to obviously loot them, which is typical rogue stuff. Completing the quests unlocks spy gizmos, which are actually all quite credible. Like for these sorts of cheap token cards that they have some handy utility, and we're going to try and run deep on them here. Already completing the first step of the quest line.
As you can see, getting, of course, that 2 extra attack plus stealth, which is nice. The Tendril of the Red Smoke has been used in a lot of different iterations of decks in the past for the Rogue there. What's really useful about it is the fact that, of course, you can create OTK combos or finishes in essence as well. Being used nice and early here for tempo purposes by Faded Falcons, which is a nice little twist to what we're typically seeing. We do have that secret passage now coming on down here as well. It will be another secret passage, the preparation, the Blood Sail Raider coming into it as well, the Deadly Poison being dropped in without any hesitation as well to continue buffing up that Swine Tusk Shank.
Yeah, say the second time in this tournament series we've seen the aggressive early double secret passage turn. It feels a lot better here than in the Grot Rogue deck, right? Because you're not relying on secret passage to, bail you out at the end of the game as an essential part of your winning combo. Here it really is just some explosive card draw, and that's what we see thrown out there. Suddenly a very juicy Swine Tusk Shank, and this makes such a difference, right? You've got this set up 3 turns earlier than you're able to have anything close to an equivalent in the game before. When you're only able to hit once a turn, that lets you just go face and present a clock that right now is outstripping the SI7 minions from Faded Falcon, although not for long, as we see that next one come down and potentially the buff as well here.
Yeah, we'll be buffing up the Asian as well. I mean, again, another classic card that has been there for quite some time, as you mentioned before. However, this Blood Sail Raider does get a massive benefit from having such a buffed up Swine Tusk Shank off the back here. Cutting Glass is now going to come through as well to get those extra means up. It will be a Prize Plunder, which is nice. The Shadow Step, which is always going to be good usage as well. And we'll be using the Swindle once again, just digging for options here to obviously clear away this board and start dealing with stuff. Another Paralytic Poison is now ready and available to be jumped into, and that's going to be added onto this Swine Tusk, making it that little bit stronger as well. Here comes a Prize Plunderer as well, just to jump in and deal some extra damage. It still has 1 mana left in this turn here, but looks like it's going to go straight for the face here and says, you know what, you can deal damage, so can I. It's now down to 15. It still has to look down the barrel of at least what's going to be close to 7 damage here from the minions here, but that Prize Plunderer seems to be coming into play here. Of course, get rid of one of those minions on the board here, and another Shadow Step will allow him to use it in the next turn.
Yeah, just rely on that patented rogue minion clear there that is so ably employed by the quest rogue. Here the poison rogue showing it can mix it up just as well. Those prizes all being plundered there that turn, and there's still more teddy bears to take after that Shadow Step returns one to hand. I mean, I'm already just staring down this poison. That's an insanely dangerous weapon there. Almost got double the opposing health in remaining damage to hit with, and that's before you factor in the 2 Blood Sail Raiders that can come down and be completely enormous, right? Obviously, if it gets to the point in the late game where you have Mr. Smite and spare mana, they are going to be instrumental.
Well, speaking of Mr. Smite, here is now an actual option to pick it up, if so chosen here by Faded Falcon. Paralytic Poison in the Blackwater Cutlass. Cutlass is there sitting as well, but I feel like Mr. Smite there is the option here.
I mean, it says pick one to put on top of their deck, right?
You can put 2. I mean, it's 2 Mr. Smite, so you wouldn't expect it.
I don't think I really want to give my opponent Mr. Smite under nearly any circumstances. A Paralytic Poison is just fine. That being said, that'll make an 8/5 Swine Tusk Shank, so yeah, just very little hesitation from Jumpy Lion. Might have to utilize that Hero's Immune while attacking to clear out some of these... Nope, goes face. Is there Burst Finisher here? You're down to just 10 life. Massive pressure coming out from your opponent.
Well, you also have a Concealment.
Ah, that's true. I mean, the Concealment is not safety from everything, but against this rogue deck, it is very reliant on attacks. So, yeah, it gets a bit of an emote out there and now hopes this Gambit's going to hold. This is the Concealment, the Cloak of Shadows. Basically, for tournament qualification, your Pirates have charge, but...
Faded Falcon
Whoa.
realizes does not have enough at the very end there. Throws that out there, throws out the Smite, but of course that's not going to be enough with the combination directly afterwards, and it looks like we will be having Jumping Lion able to take it out. It looks like, the historical data is in. unfortunately, for the past players who have been in tournaments before, not able to close it out at the end here. So it seems to be a rise of the new generation here in the Hearthstone Open, or the Hearthstone Open, bringing everything across here. So big congratulations to Jumping Line to actually get on through there, and a valiant effort coming across here from Faded Falcon. Thank you very much for participating in the tournament and giving us a very, very fun show to watch, because that was definitely the most different decks we've had throughout this entire tournament.
Yeah, it was a really interesting rogue mirror to see, right? Neither of them on the sort of stock list, but both of them, kind of showing the value of these backup archetypes or alternate archetypes. You really actually were treated to just such a glorious range of decks today, Mendrix. I feel very excited about what's yet to come in the finals next week.
Exactly right. That's literally at this point now. We've actually managed to pick up all the players here in terms of what's, in terms of here. We know who's qualified across here. It's happened for both New Zealand and, of course, here for Victoria. So big congratulations to those players there as well. We will have an interview coming up in just a second as we get in the preparations in here for Jumping Line, because, of course, we need to see what it is. I've been saying Jumping Line, but Jumpy Line. If you had a choice there, would you say, hey, change the name to Jumping Line? I feel like Jumpy Line just doesn't have the same ring to it.
I think Jumpy Lion's fine. I'm not really one to go in on people's names. I feel like that's something you get a pass on. It's your personal, gamer tag
Fair
style.
enough.
And also, pretty, Jumpy Lion just won the tournament, so, you can tell people to call it whatever you like. A little bit of winner's privilege going on there.
Who does this Carsten think he is, telling me to change the name just because of the sound bite? Come on.
Could be
Fair
called
enough.
Charging Lion, right?
Jumpy Lion.
An all Mr. Smite deck selection might merit that sort of approach. But yeah, aggro Lion just rushing them down all day, every day. I wonder whether that's just a player preference or sort of a bout of the current meta, or even a sort of card availability restriction, right? Because two of these decks, like, I guess the Druid deck doesn't have Mr. Smite. It's just the typical Grey Bow. But yeah, we've got two single legend lists, sort of a bit more budget friendly, in addition to that sort of slightly more spendy Paladin lineup. But yeah, Jumpy Lion taking it out, and that the Poison Rogue there obviously has its foibles, but I can see the convincing case for it in a meta like this.
I absolutely couldn't agree more as well, especially in the cases where, you do have these bigger minions that paralytic poison being so damn clutch, being able to make you immune and just basically deal out an insane amount of damage. And you can see there were definitely combinations there with the Bloodsail Raiders when they come across there to actually get the extra buff as well. When you follow that through and just have this insane amount of unprecedented burst, plus that concealment as well, just to really throw off your opponent. So those technical cards really do have some insane value when you see them play them and the sequences being played out in the right way.
Yeah, absolutely. And I love that these players throughout the day have had the courage to go back and back themselves, right? Think of who was able to qualify today. We've seen Big Warrior, seen, Big Priest qualify through, Quest Mage hanging in there. Now we've got Poison Rogue and sort of stealth buff Paladin. Just such a crazy array of decks that are qualifying through. Add that onto the Lifesteal OTK, Demon Hunters, Quest Hand, Warlocks of previous weeks. Like, yes, there have been decks that have taken up more than their fair share of representation. That's going to happen in every meta when people are asked to bring 3 different decks. But the broadness of that lineup, tournament format means that there's also room for most players to include a little bit of spice. And in the finals next week, it's going to be 4-ban-1, so even more deck variety coming up, and another more complex layer of sort of lineup selection strategy, when it's going to be more difficult to sort of just, we'll single out their one control list and I'll beat it with my aggro sort of thing.
I mean, another thing that adds to it as well is that most of the players have actually been interviewed as well, and we got a little bit of insight to their mental in terms of, like, for example, with Vexenite, we're saying, like, hey, like my big warrior, they've been banning it, they've been giving it respect, but little do they know it's actually one of my lesser unplayed actual decks as well, which, mind you, is another level of layering in terms of this, because if you can think about the interviews, right, if I was a player that's thinking this far ahead in terms of that there, I would actually be putting that information in to throw off the players. We're here thinking, like, oh, okay, cool, he's just being straight up honest here. He could be just lying about him saying, you know what, I'm not practiced on this actual deck. I'm, saying, so people say, you know what, let's actually stop banning this and go for it. Little do they know, it was actually just a double player in the back of this. So even us giving you this information here is actually just a mind game within a mind game within a mind game. Things just get weirder and weirder as time goes on.
Oh, I don't know if I can keep up with that. I'm after an exhausting day of double qualifier tournaments. I don't have the mental will to push through that level of subterfuge. But I will admit, yeah, having players come on the interview and say things like, "Oh, this is my strongest deck," or alternatively, "Joke's on you, I don't even play this class," / "I don't even have all the cards." You know, I think my opponents thought I was playing Quest Warrior and didn't read the deck list. To be honest, that's like stealth disrespect. That was pretty sly. Just like, yeah, I mean, like, I'm not sure why they're banning out my warrior list. I have to assume none of my opponents are literate. They just can't read. They saw the Garrosh icon and they just hit ban on that one. So I'm getting some free value there.
I mean, that's exactly it, right? That idea of going, yep, no, they're just assuming that it's Quest Warrior or Pirate Warrior as well. And it is true, you know, when you see the metadata on it, you're just assuming, you know, this is the top deck at the moment. It's just completely crushing all of standard play. Maybe not competitive play in tournaments, but definitely standard play in terms of thousands of games being played. When you've got a win rate that's 60% plus, you understand that you're onto a pretty decent winning combination here. So I wouldn't actually put it past some of these players to look at it and go, that's Quest Warriors. No thanks. That's not with my repertoire. When it's, you know, you just, for example, them just taking a little bit longer to go, oh, Radagor's in there.
Yeah.
What's that doing there?
When you've been banning Warriors all day and there's nothing but Quest Warriors and you just feel certain that is the deck you're getting rid of if it's there, you see the Warrior icon, yeah, I can believe that you get one or two people like that for sure. Just like, the Warrior, get it out of here. Because, I mean, as far as the meta is concerned, there really aren't there aren't other warrior decks right now. You know, that deck it's not really comparable in its play rate or the recognition it's getting. But you are still allowed to bring whatever decks you want. You can bring core precon mage priest and warrior if that's what you want to do, or you can bring your own specialized brews of those classes, as we've seen players do and qualify with today. So that fear of the unknown or the uncertainty that you introduce in opponents by sort of not letting them use their heavy practice against these more common archetypes in ranked, I think what we've seen today is that it's definitely worth the trouble of switching.
Oh, I couldn't agree more in that sense as well. And I think you have seen the value come across from the players that do bring something that's the path less trodden on, a different journey to take. And I'm personally been loving it, right? We've been seeing everything. We've been, in terms of what's been on show today. We've seen fast-paced action. We've seen slow consideration. We've seen completely different variety in the metas in terms of the decks here. In terms of this tournament, that the Victorians and the New Zealanders have brought to us, out of all the iterations, has been the most vast just in terms of viewing pleasure.
Yeah, and I mean, part of that's because we've had two different tournaments to pick from. That's obviously already doubled the amount of excitement going on in New Zealand. That tournament was incredibly fierce, I imagine, right? You kind of that the other ones have been state qualifiers. That's a national qualifier. So, you know, very high level play in the upper bracket of that one, as we saw. But also, I think it's like, I'm not trying to say these are more creative regions compared to the other ones, but it's just that we've had this meta for a few weeks right now. You know, when we came in and we started with the WA qualifier, the dead mindset was very fresh. People were still figuring stuff out. Now we've had stuff figured out for a couple of weeks, but what's really great is that, you know, we've clearly seen today, the innovation has just begun. We've established the baseline meta. We've established the cycle of clear tier decks, you know, what beats what. How are you able to try and get the jump on the opponent? You know, do you bring the scissors rock lineup? You know, these mind games are all present and known now. And now you're getting the layer of like improvisation where all of the tier decks are known and you're able to try and brew things specifically to target them and throw your opponents off and succeed.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see how this tournament is evolving and changing as the meta obviously evolves and changes, and the players are taking advantage of that. I'm just let you guys know we are trying to get the interview underway, but we are dealing with some technical difficulties. So what we're going to do is just move to a short break, and then hopefully we can bring you that interview of Jumpy Lion. So guys, please don't go anywhere. We'll let you know very soon what the update will be. And welcome back to the Hearthstone Open here for week 4, of course, presented by Blizzard AEL and supported by McDonald's. Well, guys, unfortunately, due to technical difficulties, we're unable to get Jumpy Lion in on the line for that interview. But of course, Jumpy Lion has qualified, which means we will get to see future play from this player, and that means that they're not done just yet. But very exciting that we can, of course, give you just a bit of congratulations there. I'm going to call out who actually did qualify from Victoria. So as I mentioned before, it is going to be Jumping Lion, it will be Corbett and Vexenite. They are the qualifiers from the Victoria bracket. So big congratulations to those players, and thank you so much for participating in the tournament today. Bart, I believe you've got the New Zealand players ready to roll.
Yeah, obviously we jumped over to that bracket earlier in the day, but we saw from there D-Mutt and D3F qualify through winners, and then King Viking, managing to just squeak through in the losers bracket. So for those players who we were able to interview, obviously they gave us some terrific stuff. For those last couple of qualifiers who we didn't, manage to connect up with today, luckily, because they did so well, we will have a chance to spend a lot more time with them coming up next week in our 2-day final series, Mendrix.
That's correct. It will be, of course, kicking off at 9:15 a.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Time on Saturday here. So, guys, please do take into account we may be closing out the date right now, but there's still plenty of Hearthstone action coming up in the future weeks, and that is when the tournament is going to be at its best. When we were talking about it before, there's going to be the fact there's going to be extra decks that need to come into the line here, more elimination possibilities, more variety, and, of course, more strategies that need to open up there. Do you have any final thoughts, Bard, before we do close everything out?
Yeah, I just want to say it's been absolutely tremendous to see this tournament evolve from week to week. Obviously, trying to think back to week 1, we saw that the WA qualifier and everything's just grown bigger and better over the weeks. It's going to be really cool to round all of that off with the best players from each region collected together. And, I hope that everyone at home is getting ready because this is where it all pays off, right? You can expect that escalation to continue to yet a higher level once we have, the champions bracket together and it's best of 5 double elim.
Well, with all that being said there, guys, a massive thank you to Blizzard, McDonald's, AEL, the players, production, and of course you guys as well who have, been sitting here the entire time. Thank you very much for your patience of everything there. With that, of course, we'll be back next week again, like I said, at 9:15 a.m. on Saturday. So I hope to see you all there. Bye.